So, you've been arrested.
Yep.
I mean,
Things have possibly been brighter in the history of the Heroes of Breachill.
just a little bit of breaking and entering and assault.
I mean, we had a great
Battery,
little
definitely
seance.
we're up to battery.
Yeah, there was definitely battery involved.
Look, I just wanted answers. That's
Previously
We got them.
on our adventures, bringing us to where we are today, we have spent quite some time investigating the dwarven city of Kovlar, one of the remnants of the ancient kingdoms for which the Five Kings Mountains is named. You've followed the Scarlet Triad here, a group of slavers who are, for some reason, very interested in your magical teleportation circle back in your home city. I mean, it was realistically, who wouldn't be interested in a giant teleportation circle? You have a ring of magic power you can walk through to go a huge wide variety of places throughout the world. Some of them are even useful.
I'm pretty sure Marshall does not care less.
Some of them are the center of untamed jungle, but some of them are even useful.
Or the center of Hell World Canyon cavern
Yeah,
They'll
place.
take you right to a purple worm's mouth.
Yeah, they're just
never again. Never again.
It's just constantly inside the purple worm. He doesn't need to eat. There's just idiots constantly flowing.
Whenever I
worm
step out
is
of
the
one of these
portal.
gates, something tries to
it's
kill
just
me.
a really fat purple worm. Move. It just eats all day because adventurers
Just
keep coming.
looks like a hole in the ground with a ring of teeth around it that
Yeah.
you just kind of step out, whoa, and you
Yeah.
just fall into the hole and you're gone.
Dun, dun,
But
I was about to say I could make a comment, but I don't know
our
if that's-
investigations
He's a king.
have led us all throughout the city itself, working with many of the assorted guilds and the guild masters that run the Regents Council of Kovlar. And last time we played, not last week because we weren't here, but 2 weeks ago, we decided, and by we is unfair.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Marshall decided that the most effective way to interrogate
is what he
an-
does best.
an old weaponsmith who is definitely working some degree of debauchery, forgery, and
Shenanigans.
general shenanigans. Was just breaking and entering and followed shortly by assault and battery. And then
And he helped.
follow up. Second stroke of genius. I know what we should do. We should go get the guards because this man is evil. Guards? This man whose home we just broke into and assaulted is bad. Arrest him.
Did we actually say that?
Yeah, pretty much.
That is
We told the captain we found, or we told the
One of the
head
guards.
of the Anvilers.
Right.
Guild of Arms.
Yeah. No.
Well, you went back. You went back to
An-
Thunderfall. You did go to the Anvilers
Yeah,
Guild.
and we told her that we found a source of fraudulent weaponry,
Yeah.
and
And she was like, "Oh, that doesn't sound that big a deal." And I'm like, "Well, I guess I'll have to ask him some more information." And she was like, "Well, just don't kill him." And we're like,
You
"Don't
did
worry."
that. You did. Don't
And
kill him.
We followed
You
instructions.
didn't even hurt him. You just intimidated him very aggressively in
Yeah.
hands-on fashion.
And then you guys got on the felony escalator
I mean,
and proceeded to go
he may
see
or may
felony.
not have a couple
did.
broken bones and maybe have to replace his pants, but you know.
I
I
don't think
cured him.
you-
He doesn't
you-
have any broken bones.
And then
You just smacked him into a wall a bit.
you
He'll be
broke
fine.
into jail.
I watched.
So,
No, you were helping me intimidate him. remember?
as we start our adventures
Oh,
today,
yes.
you're in jail for obvious reasons.
Yeah, that's about right.
I think it's
That's
safe
about
to
right.
say at this point I've been giving you a constant, like, up-to-date play-by-play of what they've been doing as I watch.
All you're gonna hear in her head are expletives in Elvish, which you don't understand.
I don't need to.
So the last that happened, Roshin and Marshall got arrested with breaking and entering and assault and battery. And you got taken in to the Hall of Oaths in Kovlar's administrative district and put into a holding cell with the weaponsmith, who, as the guards are, have no idea what's actually going on here. And there has been some accusations levied against him as well. He is also in the holding cell with you.
They were nice enough to let me just kind of walk into.
But they did confiscate your weapons, of course, your armor, your bags of holding, all of your things that are on your person, save for your basic clothes. You're not going into prison. You're not getting checked in and given the orange jumpsuit, but you are going in pretty much with the clothes you were wearing underneath your
You mean the carcasses I'm wearing?
full plate and your breastplate. Sheik just left because he can do that by being
left
a 12th level rogue.
while wearing the unmemorable mantle, and then came back while not wearing it. And I'm like, yeah, those are my friends. I'm going with them. And for whatever reason, they let me in.
And you have managed to, and what
Getting into jail
in the
isn't
peak
hard.
of there has to be an easier way to do this, talk your way into a jail cell. I feel like you could have skipped that process by just getting arrested with them, but you know,
Not on record now.
that's actually fair. You're not actually
there.
recorded in
I'm
the
just
system.
like,
At
these
some
are
point,
my
someone's going to be
friends,
like, "Why
I'll
is this Eruxy in here?"
Yeah.
But they took all of your stuff as well. But being the trained rogue that you are, you were able to smuggle in your skeleton key. And you were not searched particularly thoroughly here, as they are just kind of placing you again in a holding cell while they figure out what to do, because you have claimed that they just need to reach out to the head guildmaster of the Anvilers Guild or the Guild of Arms. They're not being particularly thorough here. It's more of a state of confusion.
We basically said, talk to the president. They'll clear us. That's basically what we did.
It's more like the mayor,
Or-
I
yeah, the
think.
mayor.
Is
Yeah,
probably
the
a
mayor.
better
The mayor.
comparison. Get me the mayor! I'm working for him and will get me out of here.
Raz,
I'm in prison by choice. Thank you.
Raz,
Yeah.
our friends have gone and done the stupid again.
Let me guess. Marshall got arrested.
Yep. And he took everyone else with him, and then Trishik decided he wanted to join in the fun too. So he broke into jail.
He didn't break out of jail?
No, he broke into jail. I think he's planning on breaking him out, and I've tried to tell him to just wait. We'll be there. We'll get the anviler, but he might not want to wait because he's in a mood.
I pull out a book and just scratch out a whole page, rip it out, crumble up, throw it behind me. All right, goes exactly as I thought it was gonna go.
So we
What's all
should.
Rasheen?
We should.
Book of GM notes.
I'm pretty sure that Rasheen is going along for the ride. Knowing her, I mean, she's into intimidating people, and you know,
Phrase it like that.
Oh, Sheen's a violent thug. Yes.
I mean, she'll intimidate
How is
somebody.
that the verbiage we go with?
In all fairness, when she's around me, we influence each other very heavily.
Well, also, like, Rasheen's thing is menacing. Like, she's just a little scary until you get to know her. It's
I don't think
okay.
she's scary.
That's
She
because
smells
we've
awful.
gotten to know her. But, like, think about it. You
Well-
first meet her.
You met the giant, right? The one that was above the cells? That's scary. Rasheen's nothing compared to that. No.
I mean, I met her, like, in my living room, and I offered her tea, so I feel like it was a different environment altogether.
Maybe the environment dictates how scary someone is.
But we should really probably head to the jail cell before Marshall does something unaccountably stupid.
So the two of you were out in the city and following up some leads, trying to investigate the disappearance of a member of the Carpenters Guild. It's Jennifer Hemlock, right? Was the last
Yep.
thing that you were doing?
Yeah.
And we made some
and-
serious progress.
Did you though?
Yeah.
we did therapy.
Yes.
That's true. I mean, you
Therapy.
We
well, you
have a
may not have really
picture.
learned anything necessarily about more about her whereabouts than the Guild of Arms was able to learn in their investigation. You did learn some about this strange Drosker cult.
You
Since we're
live
working
streamed a
with the
man's
city.
trauma and then didn't even like the video.
Wow. I'm horrible.
Wow.
We did learn that it's connected to the law.
Yeah, that's actually true. You did.
We
You did. It has to be connected to the magma network.
Yep.
That they use to power a lot of their lava.
That was
forges
the
within
thing that we
city,
were going to
so-
go investigate because
So
there's
that
only
was
so
something.
many places that
Also, big
happens.
scary undead.
But that has been mildly interrupted by the arrest of your party. So
I mean, we're not going anywhere.
Got a point.
We is a strong word. Me is going places.
they're gonna put you in a room for that.
Yeah.
So, as you two, what are you doing? Are you heading to the Hall of Oaths?
Yes.
The
Gotta go bail out my friends.
three of you, meanwhile, in this jail cell with your clothes on your back and Markov, the weaponsmith, are kind of left in the kind of an offshoot on one half of the Hall of Oaths. One half of it is largely serving as the city's courthouse, and off to the side, a series of small individual jail cells, as well as this larger holding area. As you can see across the hallway, because this kind of holding pit that you're in takes up about as much space as 4 cells across the way. They mostly seem to be empty, save for a single old dwarf with a pretty massive scar that starts at one side under his eye and carves up across his nose down to the other side, like he just got beamed right across the face by something big, sharp, and heavy. Who is pretty heavily asleep. Probably not dead, but he doesn't really seem to have stirred at all during all of the shenanigans of you two, and especially Trishik somehow schmoozing his way into jail, which is still a question mark that I want to live with for the rest of my days.
I got to keep track on these two.
Fair enough.
I can leave whenever things get bad.
But
They
again,
can't.
you are in here with Markov.
Right where we want to be.
So
I believe you were halfway through interrogating.
So during this entire time, I'm sitting across from Markov, literally like just staring at him, not taking my eyes off him.
And the cells, what are you eating?
Potato.
A rock.
You don't have a potato.
Shh. I always have potatoes.
Stuck one in.
They didn't cavity search him.
Don't think about that at all.
I barely
His arm. He didn't.
No. It came out of my ear because
That's
where
yeah. And check
that's
the
how
ears.
I'm a
Let's
potato
go, we'll
farmer.
go with
Ear,
that.
You probably had a couple stacks
We'll
of
go with
ear.
that.
I don't
So there
wanna
are a
think.
pair of benches on either side of the short sides, the side walls of this cell, as well as just a couple of bedrolls kind of haphazardly along the backside. So Markov probably would be sitting on a bench, kind of back in the corner. I'd imagine across from all 3 of you on the other side of this, like, 18-foot wide holding area.
Something like that. Okay. So, what do you think we should do now?
Well, I don't see us as particularly changed anything that we do, and it's best change in the venue for the interrogation. After all, dear Markov was quite forthcoming, but it didn't see. We were interrupted by the guard, but they were nice enough to put us all in the same place.
I
And here-
suppose they just better not touch me ox.
I hope you have a proper understanding of what you've gotten yourselves into.
Well, it's rarely the case.
It does just appear to be a jail
You
cell.
can turn one. This Emberbeard and her cultists. They're a powerful force. You promised if you wouldn't let harm come to me.
Well, let me just stop you there. I kind of crushed the remains of the potatoes and dropped them and stand up and start approaching him. Let me tell you something. You think that Amberbeard is scary here? This one is worse. So trust me.
You're her kin.
Not exactly, but unfortunately she shares a name with me. So, either way, best thing is to just tell us everything like you did and just stay out of our way. Trust us, we're professionals. We know how to handle things.
Kind of squints a little bit looking up at your face. I was a fool not to see it, honestly. The resemblance is nigh uncanny. You certainly share blood with her. But
That's unsanitary.
you're not with this cult. You're
I don't need a cult. I have my arms. I have friends. That's all I ever need.
I feel the less I know these relationships and your doings, the safer I'll be. But
Oh, you're in here now. There's no such thing as safe, especially once we get to the guildmasters.
well, what you can't come searching for me with no kind of plan.
Marshall just starts laughing. Oh shit! Did you hear what the Scots did?
Oh yes, the plan. We always forget something. Certain little something. Must be all the seafood rolls. Really good. Very
Now, there is
distracting.
definitely a plan. You'll see my plan was to come along and watch these two handle this.
You have to have had some kind of an idea what you were doing.
Oh my god.
You can't just... This cult,
Well, I'll tell you.
if they come for me, if they think I've been sharing their secrets and their very existence is the most closely guarded secret they have, I won't survive.
Cult? Let me tell you about the cult that was in Cantargo. We took it apart brick by brick, all throughout the entire countryside. They had abandoned quarries full of folk they'd taken from the countryside and cities themselves. The entire government had no idea they were there. We took the entire thing apart. You think this Emberbeard? She had other compatriots with their own networks. Took them down to the last man. We'll do it here too. That's the plan.
I don't
I mean, we
know
basically stole a
nothing.
pirate ship.
I don't know nothing about no Cantargo. But if you're hoping to assuage my feelings by telling me that this cult is so grandiose they've expanded out beyond even the dwarven kingdoms, I'm afraid it does nothing to lessen my fears.
I believe what my friend was trying to tell you is we've handled these individuals before. And from the sound of things, you do not have leniency to be withholding information. They'll be coming for you. Your best bet is let us handle them before they get to you.
I don't know what more I can tell you. As I said, they wanted someone with ties to the Anvilers Guild, but that someone who wasn't a member proper. That's not a terribly long list. If you discount all the dedicated apprentices, the younglings given their lives working under their masters to someday run the forges themselves, there's not many that are as experienced as I that haven't formally joined the guild proper. I've told you much all I know. There was only a few contacts I worked with. I've never even met this Emberbeard woman.
Well, let's discuss your contacts then. Perhaps that woman that you mentioned who is so keen on you swapping these weapons out as you're saying.
Thea, her name was. Don't know if it's the name her mother gave her, something she's adopted. She was a human like herself, and save for the hair, honestly not looking terribly different. Similar height, brunette, near equally well built. Her face a constant scowl. I don't know if it was born or cut that way by force, but I've nary seen a hint of a smile from her in a few encounters I've had. She's blunt and short-tempered. She was the one who threatened me for service.
And have you seen her since then? Does she keep contact other ways?
Truth be told, she met me once to strike a deal, and once more, maybe 5 forge days after, say she was glad to see I was upholding it. I'm still bringing the weapons through to the guild myself. I'm still managing all these things. She has no hands-on part in it, but she has to be watching. Now that I'm here, if I've stopped, she's certain to know already.
Well,
And,
then you just stick close to us then.
Kashyyyk, as you're just kind of watching this, do you want to make me a perception check?
Sure
Give me them old dice trays.
I would assume they took my goggles.
You would not have your goggles, no. We should have fixed the weird zooming issue we had last episode of the dice trays, by the way. That probably shouldn't happen anymore.
For a, I believe that is a 34.
34. Marshall, as you're standing by here as Rasheen is largely talking, if you want to roll me one as well.
A perception check?
Yeah.
So, before you, because I have them,
You do have 3 hero points.
I'm gonna reroll a 13.
Okay.
Are you serious?
What are you doing?
Absolute mad lad.
I believe.
Absolute mad lad.
Well,
Statistics mean nothing to
A
this
1
man.
is coming.
I was debating on whether or not to reroll mine, but
I hate you.
It just encourages him.
Why are you like this?
I can't keep getting away with it.
Chat, I blame you.
Chat,
what?
stop
What do you
giving
do,
him
Rasheen?
things.
I got a 37
You can keep your hero.
because
Okay.
it went up.
Can't
Somehow.
keep getting away with this.
I actually have 2 more points if I can.
So, Trishik, as you're watching, you are
I've been skeptical of him.
unique and skeptical individual who certainly knows his way around the art of deception. And as you're listening to him spill his story now, it seems like Markov is too. You got a bit of information out of him pretty quickly, what with the, slamming him into the wall technique. But in the walk to jail and the few minutes of organization, he's clearly had some time to collect his thoughts. And he's pretty talented. Nothing about his story or what he's claiming has changed. But he's clearly taken the time to collect it and to organize it into a little too streamlined of a tale. You're pretty confident that he is not being entirely truthful with Rasheen here.
That's gonna hurt.
Not sure if I want to interrupt him,
But
at least for the moment.
beyond that, truly, I don't know if there's much more I can give you. I don't know how big this cult is or how they operate, but if they have the resources to be pulling any kind of strings here in Kovlar, and to be pulling sway over smiths within the city, to have my weapons circulating through the Anvilers Guild, however they're doing it, the merchants I give them to, the sales I make, they're not through the guild stores. I don't turn the weapons over to the forge masters in the guild hall. I'm not a full-fledged member. I've never joined them proper.
Huh.
So if they're ending up in circulation,
Markov, I'll stop you right there. You keep a straight face, but if I know something's not true, you can't make me believe otherwise. Why don't you be serious about it right now?
there's nothing I told you is a lie. I sell my
not
weapons.
the-
Can I just
but-
sock him in the gut?
Actually, I was about to say.
What are you gonna get? What are they gonna do? Double arrest you?
Keep me in jail?
Actually, as you were about to say that, I was going to grab him on the shoulder. I'm like, sir, you better listen to her. And then go, proceed.
You grab him.
Sucker punch.
And I'll tell you, the story he's telling is very nice, but is a practiced excuse. He's not telling the truth.
Before we get to this, Mucker, Squid, give this hero a point to the character you personally consider to be the weakest, or the most likely to die, without stating which you are choosing.
Raz.
Whoa.
Shots fired.
Whoa.
Shots
Did
fired.
you get that knife out of here?
Can I call out?
What's that on your desk there, Colby? I just want to take a look at the notes you've got here. Oh, that's pretty neat. That's a pretty. I appreciate the thorough note taking you have. If you ask me to give out a pity coin, it's gonna go to the guy whose character died, like within recent memory.
I promise
2
we're all
months after
friends.
starting playing of the session.
Welcome to Pathfinder.
But
Sometimes you get crit.
as you hit him,
I get credit a lot.
A lot.
and he kind of doubles over here. Well, tries to, but Marshall is sort of holding his shoulder.
His feet come up.
Feet come up a little bit on the
I
bench.
can throw a coercion if you want, or we can just.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I help him back up, and I'm like,
He's not like falling over, but
well, I mean, imagine taking a punch in the gut.
fine.
Now,
I'm here with you, not with them at the moment. Fine. They offered me coin, good coin, to work with them. I just joined them for the money.
oh,
I've no ties to the cult of Druskar myself. I was never much of a religious man. They pay penance to Torag as it will, but not at the expense of my own well-being.
Oh, I'm so glad you could see things our way.
shall I help our friend take a nap?
Oh no,
No,
not yet.
no,
He's just coming around. He has so much more to tell us after all.
Oh, well, in that
Surely-
case, I sit right next to him, put my arm around him, like, by all means, tell us everything.
All right.
Please. And I give him a firm squeeze.
There's who I worked with. Here's my contact. I met with her in an alley in the Pathfinder district. Once every half dozen forage days or so. I was making good coin and they were sending me contacts. Contacts that wanted more and better weapons that had come through. I've failed the smithing exams more times than I can count. I'm not a full member of the Anvilers Guild for lack of trying. I can't make a weapon that can hold a rune proper. One that can really stand up to firm use of powerful magics.
We've noticed.
But I've contacts in the guild who can, and I've enough goodwill to get my hands on them. They sent me contacts through who wanted better weapons, and I sold them goods from the other smiths and the Anvilers Guild. Hammered my seals over theirs, and theirs over mine, replacing their wares with my merchandise.
Fascinating. And this was all because the cult just wanted to get their hands on some weapons.
I don't know what causes they're after. They barely took a share of the profits. I was reaping near all the coin from these sales, these upgrades,
Wait.
these rune installments. They
Roshi,
didn't want the money, but I don't know what it was they were after. And that's the truth. Don't hit me.
hold on a second. Roshi, what if this part is actually the truth and it's a distraction?
Can't say I can entirely follow.
I mean, you know, with all due respect, good old Markov, your work is like the crumbs in my beard. They're just there, but they're still noticeable. So what if the whole weapon thing is just a thing to send the entire city off into chaos and just start some rumors and be a distraction for whatever their real goal is?
Oh, it's a cult of Drosker. I don't know what it is they may want or if they have any headier schemes. You seem to be more well versed in their dealings than I. But it seems circulating subpar weapons that aren't up to the proper standards. Ripping off merchants with stolen replacements and ill-gotten coins through illicit means. It's exactly the kind of pursuits that Drosker would smile upon.
That could be
Warm his cold heart.
could be an act of piety then.
May
moreover,
very
though,
well be.
I suspect it'd be the same lines of trying to figure out what the actual cause of the crab depletion was, aside from the large serpents which showed up that we killed. Honestly, killing the serpents was basically did all the job that we needed to do. We'll leave it up to the physics after that. This, I feel, might be something similar. The Anvilers Guild wanted to know where they came from. We take care of it.
I mean, that sounds simple.
Besides, it's not like it'll matter. 18 more forge days and it'll all be up in ash.
What?
That's true.
What's...
Oh,
Wait.
don't you worry yourself about that.
And at that point, I'm just gonna sleeper hold.
Why?
But Marshall, no,
no.
he's still talking.
It's time for old man to take a nap.
And I just gently put
Why
him.
you abuse the man so much?
I just
As
gently
he's
put him.
passing out, I'm terribly sorry, Markov. I'm outvoted.
I just gently put him. It's like shh, it's okay, it's okay.
We know what we need to know. Anything further.
Got some
would
nice
just be
bed
a
rolls you can lay him down on. Mark
Yeah, I'm just carefully putting him down.
Take a nice nap.
And
And then I even throw a
in
blanket over him.
detail, you would get a description of how the old man's eyes glaze over as he passes out from the chokehold and everything that's been going on here.
Raz essentially just sees Resume stop in the street. Just stop and just blink a lot and kind of tilt her head to the side.
We got the useful information, and now he's sleeping.
Did they kill him?
No, but he's going to wake up with a horrible headache.
I sit back down on the bench next to you two, pull out two more
Should we get some
taters
food?
out of my beard.
You want to get? You want to get food?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
I'm not quite so desperate for nothing but starch at the moment.
Oh well,
She'll be fine. I'll be leaving in the moment.
I am
More for me.
I am hungry.
You guys stop to get food. No, all of us.
Miss Roisin, Mr. Marshall, Mr. Trishik aren't going anywhere.
I mean, You-
But
You have a point. I guess we'll stop and get some seafood rolls on our way to the
So do you take a detour into town to get some food? Because you're in no hurry to pick your friends up from jail? Because it kind of seems like maybe they should be there.
that. I'm like, you know what? Maybe they need a timeout.
Maybe they'll learn something.
Go to the corner.
What is
We
learning?
learned a lot of useful things from the
did.
now unconscious man.
This episode has been brought to you by
As you-
hypoxia.
As you take a detour for a few minutes to get some nice lunch, and you three have a moment to discuss what you're able to learn from Markov here in the cell. The door into this wing of the Hall of Oats is going to open maybe about 10 minutes or so later. And coming in with a set of 3 manacles on short chains of thick iron, only about 4 links long, draped over one arm, is the Sergeant of the Guild of Arms that you've met several times before, Sergeant Stonehill. Seems the Guild of Arms has been contacted, and the Sergeant is here.
Oh, hey, Sarge.
And he looks into the cell, the 3 of you.
Spectacular to see you again.
Do not worry, I simply checked myself in to keep track of them.
It's not like we were going
What
anywhere.
happened?
Well,
Gonna point at Marco.
well, we finished up the investigation for the Guild of for the Guild of Arms, and we've moved on to the Anvilers Guild. This is simply part of the process, I'm sure.
Oh, I figured, it was taking a little too long to get results, so I hurried it up, and unfortunately, it ended us here. So,
I got
Marshall, I
the-
think you did spectacularly.
I got
well.
the basics of the story from the page that came up from the Oaths Hall for the Guild of Arms, claiming that, well, I mean, truth be told, I did kind of expect to find the 3 of you. But what have you done?
I didn't kill anyone. I just got some information from this now passed out gentleman in the corner.
He's
It
had a
might
very
have been
special
easier
day.
to untangle if you had the truth told. From what I hear, in broad light of day, in the middle of the Earthfire District, you kicked in a smith's door, breaking and entering for all 3 of you. Now, the guards, the report, and what the pages told me is that you assaulted a man. So we've got breaking and entering, we've got assault, we've got battery. He's a weaponsmith by all the gods, so that's 3 counts of heresy apiece if the Guild of Faith is looking to pursue it.
In all fairness, it was me mostly doing the breaking, assaulting, and entering. They were just here.
Moreover, sir, certainly your laws have some allowance for those who've been deputized to conduct investigations.
I'm not privy to the specifics of what it is the group of you have been up to, but after, well, damn near every time we seem to have crossed paths, perhaps, thank Torag, that may very well be for the best. But it's not my place to untangle this or deal with whatever mess you've gotten yourselves into. That's gonna be the commander's problem. And Bronzebeard can handle that as he will. That said, you seem to have gotten yourself arrested on some fairly high-end violent counts currently being levied against you, so unfortunately a bit of protocol is mandated.
Oh, I do know how you all like your protocols.
And he takes a key
I would
off
like
of
to
his
point
belt.
out there are no charges towards me. I volunteered to come in with them separately.
And he opens the door a bit and just lays the 3 sets of manacles down inside. Look, I know you lot are doing something for the greater good of the city, and I'm going to trust the commander's judgment that still holds through. So I'll do you the dignity of not forcing these on you myself. If you can put each of you can put these on or deal with each other, I'll go get the other parts.
I kind of struggled to put mine on because dwarfs. I'm a big bone dwarf.
You're a chunky lad. Fortunately, they are like dwarven, so if anything, you would have to, like, Trishik would have to cinch these to a point where they're like almost butterflied through across each other to get them down onto like little lizard wrists, which I imagine are not terribly big. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked at a ton of Aruxi art, but like lizard arms are not very large.
Yeah, you got those big lizard claw hands, though, right?
It's not like it has to go over that, like clasps behind it.
Maybe he has like big swole lizard hands because he, he picked
Roaches
locks.
are kind of built, so
You gotta work them hands.
And what they have, there's no key handed to you or anything to lock them. What they have is actually a surprisingly kind of a fairly advanced set of manacles. Like they have the ratcheting mechanism, like modern handcuffs would, but they are much larger and thicker, of a fairly rough wrought iron across them. That, for fairer skins than dwarves, may be relatively uncomfortable on the fragile human flesh. It's kind of like high-grade sandpaper.
It's terrible. Look at this.
But he comes back in, assuming the three of you are
I
not
put
going
it
to be
on. I
belligerent.
struggle because
And
again,
they're-
martial thick.
They give you a decent amount of room. Your wrists are not like shackled together. You have enough chain to maybe put your wrists out to about the width of your
What
shoulders.
was the material again? Like an iron? You
It is,
said?
it's wrought iron, yeah.
You realize I could probably just flex and break a break.
I don't.
Quite possibly, but
I don't.
I'm gonna break these cuffs.
I don't think manacles have a listed break DC.
Iron does. I'm
I'm pretty sure they do under the actual manacles. But he comes back in with his arms full of what look to be interesting iron sculptures. They look almost like busts of a dwarven guard, of wearing a helmet of an old-fashioned, with a massive squared face guard, with little more than a row of 3 slits across the mouth and 2 slightly even narrower still ones for the eyes. They look like carved iron statues. I guess not busts, because it is just... Well, actually would have the top of the shoulders, realistically. But they have a seam running down the front of the thing itself, as well as a latch and a lock at the bottom where the shoulders join at the base of the neck. And he's kind of got 3 of these, and he's a bit struggling to hold them. So,
Is that even going to fit on me?
truth be told, I'm not entirely positive. I don't think we've ever tried to put one on a lizard folk like ourselves before. But with what we know about your group and, well, I'd assume you'd rather be out of here quicker rather than later, and if we're to petition the Guild of Spells to get one of their high mages down here to assess you proper, you might be here for some days. This is the Wizard's Silence. Don't know who or what he has magic powers, but we're gonna have to put these on all 3 of you.
Wizards. Oh, I see what you're so. Look how bashful you're being about it.
Look, I know the situation probably doesn't really feel like it merits it, but I'm gonna take you up to the Guild of Arms Hall. I have to, as I said, go through protocol.
Let me just say that nothing warms my heart quite so much like seeing a lawman realizing how absolutely ridiculous his job can get.
I'll take it as a sign of respect, if nothing else. There's enough concern with whatever powers the 3 of you may have that the city of Kovlar sees it necessary to take precautions to prevent you from slinging balls of fire all willy-nilly if the fancy should so take you.
I mean,
That would be me.
They don't know
A
that.
lizard wore a gimp mask. Would he put it? Would he just wear it over top of his head?
It's just a muzzle for you.
I just kind of look at the Sarge and I'm like, in all fairness, look at me. Do I look like I can cast any spells?
Truth be told, I've seen folk I'd estimated less, with pretty potent abilities. If there's one thing I learned from the Guild of Spells, any meetings with the mages I've been forced to sit through, it's never to make assumptions like that.
Oh, hold on. I think I cast that spell just now. He might need to make a fortitude save.
So he puts him, kind of dumps him down on the ground with a rattling, banging of iron, like someone dropped an entire cabinet of cast iron pots on the floor. And quickly unlocks and slides the door back open again, before motioning whoever wants to come over first for him to unlatch it. This thing folds open, up on a hinge.
Oh, I know how I can wear it.
You get to look like this.
No, put it like forward over my face, because I have a long face rather than a normal head.
That's
So he's just gonna be coming
It's
out
like a
forward.
muzzle. Yeah, muzzle you.
You have to kind of hold the shoulder, because it has like the iron, so you have to kind of hold it up. where it's going to be very heavy weighing on your head, and it's probably not going to feel good or be very good for your neck.
Well, the point is, I can wear it technically.
But the thing is relatively hefty. It is probably 10 to 12 pounds of solid iron, and it's relatively
That
thick.
is really heavy.
Well,
And it's got the shoulder
piece, right? So at least
bracing,
it's
so
not
it's
on your
not.
skull.
Yeah, not all of that
Yeah.
weight is sitting on the top of your skull. That,
'Cause
and
that
you
would
realize
probably
the
kill
point
you.
of the shoulders is to distribute the weight,
Yeah.
not so much out of any other necessity. But as he seals this on each of you, you realize that the slits in the front of the mask, where the eyes are not anything on the inside, and you are basically completely blind. The 3 mouth slots obviously are actually open, so you don't suffocate and die in idiot iron jail. But you can kind of see the glow of a little bit of light down beneath your nose, and it's not really enough space for your breath to flow pretty freely, so it would very quickly become quite warm, probably moist and unpleasant from your own breath. You can't really hear anything once it's on, other than the clanging of the thing itself, as it doesn't seal completely. So it's the lock on the front jostles, the noise echoed and amplified tenfold by the thing that's secured around your head. You are functionally blinded and deafened while you have this on.
Eh.
Blinded, deafened, and restrained with manacles is their attempt to arrest wizards or move wizards to somewhere else and not have them just turn all of the guards into skeletons. Because the Guild of Arms,
That's going to make undoing all these locks slightly inconvenient.
it is going to make it relatively difficult when you can't see them. But this is just for transport, so like you're not going to have it on long term.
So, were you planning on banging me into all the walls on the way there, or am I supposed to just walk into them myself?
I
I'm
get
afraid
you.
I'm quite turned around at
You
this
can
moment.
hear his voice still almost very muffled, kind of echoing. It's actually difficult to tell what direction it's even coming from outside. We have a cart to transport you, no worry. We're not gonna be walking you halfway to the city, parading you through the streets dressed up like this.
It almost makes me glad I'm dressed incognito.
So, as they are getting fitted for their fancy new helmets, 2 of you with your nice lunch would
The cheese on top of it.
would arrive to the Hall of Oaths. Trishik, what have you told them about your goings on here?
Well, they've given us some lovely attire to wear. Honestly, right up Resume's alley. I feel like she would really enjoy some of the fashion sense of the.
Goes really well with their gloves now.
Yeah. It would. It'd suit them very nicely. It'd be some nice bracelets.
Do you know where they're taking you?
Currently, they're taking us to meet the, I believe, head of the gods.
I'll meet you there. Come on,
To
Raz.
be honest, it's not exactly not been paying much attention after mask put on face.
A what?
Yeah, part of the attire is like a ball mask for you.
A ball mask? What are you on? Have you been like?
Currently,
at that point-
I'm on the bench.
Resume, as you were heading
go
into
by
the
in
Hall
the
of
cart.
Oaths here, you would actually see coming out from the front door, not to the courthouse and the holding area around where you would be going, but from the front to the main offices where Forge Master Thunderflare had taken you previously. You would see High Physic Bowman coming out. And as she comes out with one retainer with her, she sees you and Raz. You are incredibly visible, the human rat man who is eating a delicious burrito of fish and mushrooms. Mm-hmm. And almost kind of double take to see you there. With a little look of surprise on her face. She would raise a hand and motion to her retainer and come towards your direction.
Hi, Physic. Good day.
And to you as well. Fortunate timing here. I've interesting news that I believe may be of some value to you. Though, truth be told, I'm not entirely positive how you really merit your own investigations. Several of the Physics Guild have been out in the Blue Crab Lake to investigate the area that you told us about, that you'd slain those massive beasts. Fortunately, they returned perfectly safely and had an escort to the Guild of Arms boys on the ship, just to be sure. But they found something rather interesting in the water when they brought it back for testing. Traces of what seemed to be a a manufactured poison of some kind.
Maybe some sort of byproduct of smelting?
It didn't really seem like it. It seemed more to be some kind of a psychotropic agent, hallucinogenic alchemical concoction, perhaps. Traces of something that, if it's still concentrated enough in the waters there to be detectable, must have been quite potent and applied in some sizable amount as well.
To the whole of the lake?
No, nothing so severe. Of course, it will diffuse. But the readings were just barely of a concentration enough that could be detected at that blue crab spawning ground where you said you'd found the serpents. You go a few dozen yards out from that, and it's dropped to zero or near zero, undetectable.
So just in that area.
That means that the crabs were targeted?
I don't know. This is something we just gone to file our readings here. It's actually what I was just doing in my offices here in the Hall of Oaths.
Do you have a sample of it?
Not with me. But the reports had been sent off to both the Guild of Arms and the Guild of Spells for them to try to determine something of sorts of it. But I do back at the Guild Hall, perhaps.
We're heading toward the Guild of Arms at any rate. Perhaps we can look at the report.
I can have a page find you with the information. We dissected it well enough in our own labs. We've analyzed it as well as we can. We've got sort of dissective report of the various toxins and the various chemicals involved. I can have a page find you within the city as long as they're here.
Do you know why they would choose such a specific agent? There's certainly better ways to go about poisoning crabs, a more direct way.
I don't know. Blue crab biology is not something I've personally studied to a terribly high degree, so I don't know if they react to it differently than a man or a dwarf would. It may be far more lethal to them. It may be something they just had on hand, but I can't imagine what anyone within Kovlar would have to gain poison in the food supply.
Maybe
the whole city relies on that.
Maybe they're testing it on the blue crabs to see how much damage they could do before they hit something else with it.
But why would they want to make blue crabs hallucinate?
Don't know.
Who would they tell?
Tell me where it is you're staying, and I'll get a toxin report sent down when I can.
Oh, we're actually heading over to the Guild of Arms, but we're staying at the
Gold Sky Inn.
The Gold Sky Inn,
and High Physica agrees, gets the information, and I'll have that sent down so that you'll have it whenever she can get another copy and a page down to you. And with that, as she bids you farewell and heads back to her own business for the day, you would in fact see a man, a woman, and a lizard who look suspiciously like the rest of your party coming out of the back of the Hall of Oaths, around the other side of the building in the distance, with some massive iron creation atop their heads, looking half golem.
Hey, Mr. President, we found them.
What did you do?
Kind of whistling,
And
getting into the acoustics.
if you try to come back towards them, you would see Sergeant Stonehill escorting them to a fairly large covered cart that you don't really see used much within Kovlar. There's not really a whole lot of person transportation that happens. The city is small enough to be walkable, and the streets are generally pretty preoccupied with carts moving goods and metals and ores. So it will be one of the only ones that you've really seen, save for merchant traders' caravans coming in from the roads leading out west, deeper into the mountains themselves. Never go further than Traveler's Quarter. But there would be several other guards around. You know, the bored guard effect. Not a huge amount of crime in Kovlar, so they just kind of congregate because a thing is happening. And they would, as you were approaching, have that back area of the road, that entire section behind the Hall of Oaths, it's largely cordoned off.
I take it my friends are being transported to the Guild of Arms.
Sorry, miss. Privacy matters, not really allowed to discuss the specifics of goings on.
Would that be close enough for me to hear?
Probably not. She's like 20 feet away and you have the helmet
It's
on.
on my face. Like, my ears are back here.
Maybe a perception check. Lizard who can't wear a helmet correctly.
28.
28, probably not.
He's whistling right next to you, so.
Yeah, and like through
Sounds
the
like an echo.
with all the goings on, you're out in the city now, so with all the goings on of the city around you, it's the middle of the day. You definitely would not be able to distinguish Resume's voice through the helmet from the
Did
distance.
Markov get taken too?
Markov would not. No, he's taking you to the Guild of Arms because you're working for Commander Brunsbeard. Markov's not. Markov is not. Markov's taking
Markov
a peaceful nap in
committed
the
a
back of
different
his holding
crime.
cell.
He's serving jail time.
He's taking a nap. What are you talking about?
That's all right, Sergeant. I'll
Well, that's not the sergeant's the random guard. The sergeant's back here dealing with it. This is a guard at the perimeter who probably realistically has no actual idea what's going on himself.
tell the sergeant that Raz and I will meet them at the Guild of Arms to speak with Captain Bronzebeard.
If you wish to make any inquiries or send any message or leave anything, you can head into the courthouse yourself to the door right on the side.
No, I assure you, I'll make my message heard regardless. Come along, Raz. I will beat them there.
Scamper off and try to get in.
Oh, they're not going to stop a rat
They're
that's
not even
running
gonna
through
see
the
a
street.
rat. He scampers in. You feel a little scampering up your leg and arm.
Is this serious now?
You hear a little squeak and a little tug.
And as you feel it around your leg, you feel like a pretty thick gloved hand slapping at your leg. And the guard, sorry.
Now, don't take advantage of a girl while she's blindfolded.
No, there was some vermin here.
I thought so much better of the guards of Kovlar.
Fine. Torek blamed me for trying to help. But the three of you would get stepped up with some difficulty into the back of this. It's a much smaller, it's not like your old pilgrims heading out to the west covered wagon. It's a much smaller affair than that, but something similar in kind. Much more squared, about as wide as it is deep, and with a sheet of metal reinforced wood, almost like a tin roof across the top of it, in lieu of like a cloth tarp or more traditional kind of covering. There's not really any rain they have to ward off here, nor sun, so it's just kind of like a privacy shutter. Again, they're not marching you through the streets here with the shame bell.
I'll whisper to Sev to go and follow them closely.
He can also easily do that, even if the guards wanted to stop a bird. Don't know they really have the capability. But you would see Sergeant Stonehill with a fairly large draft animal, much akin to an oxen. Probably pretty much would just be a stout, smaller dwarven breed of oxen. It's more accustomed to these caverns and these undergrounds. That would start pulling this wagon. Most of the guards staying behind in the Hall of Oaths. They would draw some interest from the general citizens of Kovlar around the area, but perhaps a large cultural difference. The dwarves of the city of Kovlar and the kingdoms of the Five Kings Mountains are much less of rubberneckers. They have things to do. They're much more, perhaps, duty-focused, much less inclined to general gossip and banter outside of the bar.
And they only have 20 hours to get their work.
They only have 20 hours in a day to do their business. So they would certainly get some attention. Some people stopping, obviously, because the guards are cordoning off the area for a moment, or stopping just to look. But it wouldn't amass a crowd or anything like a similar event may in a city on the surface.
So we'll make our way pretty quickly to the Guild of Arms.
I mean, you can just follow the wagon, I guess.
No, I'm
'cause,
not
like,
going anywhere near the wagon. I don't want to be associated with those miscreants.
Okay.
You got a point.
So you head up to the Guild of Arms as you see Sergeant Stonehill and what would end up being him and just one other guard that are actually leading the wagon itself west through town. The two of you head to the Guild of Arms yourselves. Knock on the front door. Welcomed inside, of course. They recognize the rat and the lady at this point. The rat and the elf. There's not a lot of either of those down here. You are an incredibly distinctive party.
Yes, we are.
Just a wee bit.
But as you were let inside, one of the guildsmen inside would greet you. Hi. Welcome back. If you're hoping for the commander, I'm afraid he's busy much of the day. He's tending to some business with the Guild of Spells, arranging things for a proper full inspection of the Wall of Ancients of the north end of the city.
Yes, but I'm afraid that my friends may have been a little overzealous in their questioning of one of the suspects for an investigation we were on for the
got arrested.
Anvilers Guild. Yes.
They're on the way here now.
They didn't believe that they were actually deputized to investigate, and so they arrested them.
What? Well, I'm not going to pry any further into that one, that's certain. But I'm afraid there's not much I can do about it here, really.
Well-
I imagine they'll have taken them to the Hall of Oaths.
No, they're bringing them here.
From the Hall of
Right
Oaths.
now.
Why would they bring them here?
Because they rightly told the guards that they were working for the council and they had no business releasing them because it's way above their pay grade, and so they're bringing them here. Shackled
That's a bit...
in a wagon
With helmets on them.
to prevent them from practicing magic, presumably.
Well, I understand. I'm familiar with the helmet and the wizard silence, they call it. But... Well, that's a strange... I mean, I suppose that's a way they could do it. Truth be told, the Council of Regents putting so much faith in the group of you is kind of a strange departure for the city in general. I suppose we're all just working with things as we can.
And that's fine. I just came here to make sure that my friends were well taken care of and released properly.
Well, but... I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry, but I'm afraid I still don't fully understand. If they were aware that you were working for the Guild of Arms to the point where they'd bring you here, why wouldn't they simply release them?
I don't think they wanted to get in trouble. When you get to a certain level of bureaucracy, you tend to not be very risk-taking.
All right, but if they agreed, at the very minimum, if they were aware you were working with the Guild of Arms, if they had investigated that and determined that that was the case, and or at least wish to pursue it further, the good folks down at the Hall of Oaths would have called for the commander, or in his absence, the sergeant at arms, to head down and see the situation.
Wasn't the sergeant there?
No, the sergeant's out with the commander today. It's at the Guild of Spells.
No, the sergeant was actually there, rounding up our friends to take them here.
Oh, you may have seen someone else, I'm afraid, but the sergeant's been with the commander all day.
What?
He's meeting with the Archmage.
Okay. So at that point, Trishik,
I've already been working on the manacles for a while now.
it's a trap. Get out
So-
of there. It's not really the sergeant.
The things leading up to you hearing this. As the three of you sit in this wagon and you can hear the wheels roll on stone, echoing terribly around inside your helmet. Both the vibrations and the gentle bouncing of the wagon causing this noise to really block out anything else you could really process, save for the heat of your own breath. It is just a phenomenally uncomfortable situation. The wagon would grind to a halt before too long, and you still can't see where you're going or anything. You hear the voice of the sergeant once more as he and another guard helped you back down out of the back of the wagon. And through a doorway, as I would have to help navigate you some degree to get you into a stout dwarven door. Probably for you two, and possibly even Marshall, really, a hand on your shoulder on the head with a little pressure just because they're worried about you bonking your head on a dwarven door frame that you can't see. You would feel your footfalls transition to smooth stone. What little light that you could see coming in through the breathing holes in the front of the wizard's silencer you're each wearing would disappear as you cross the threshold of this door into complete darkness, which is not entirely unheard of because many dwarven buildings that are not like tourist public facing, they don't have lights inside. They don't need them. Dwarves have dark vision. So that in and of itself, while not entirely suspicious, just kind of adds to the general air of discomfort that at least you two are definitely experiencing it here. Marshall's got a fantastic view of the inside of his helmet with his own dark vision. But as
like
you were
metal.
led inside, you can hear a couple of dwarven voices exchanging some words in kind of low tones that you can't make out through your helmets.
Can I make out what they're saying?
No, it's not because of like volume or anything. It's because they're not speaking terribly loudly and you have the helmets on.
Darn.
Before you are led a bit further in, and then can feel gloved hands much more thoroughly patting you down. And at that point, Trishik, if you are trying to hide anything, I am going to need you to make me a stealth check.
Automatically get a 15 plus my stealth check to conceal the skeleton key. And I suppose I would actively have to attempt to hide.
You have a couple of concealed sheets.
The rock
on your person, right?
Is in one of them, and the skeleton key would be in the other, automatically being.
Those aren't automatically hid. You get a +1 to your stealth check to hide those.
Oh no, expert smuggler.
Exactly right, because the expert smuggler gives you 1, and the sheath gives you a +1 to try and hide the Eye of the Wise, which currently just looks like a gemstone.
Yeah, probably just looks like a sapphire or something.
Right.
It's
So make me
my lucky rock.
a stealth check here.
Well, I happen to be pretty decent at those. That I might as well have used assurance, I guess.
You have you have a share in
Well, you get
stealth.
to add
for
your
the-
dex to it this time.
Yeah,
That's true.
that's a 33
So with a 33,
to hide a gemstone.
right, as they are searching you down, while this is not a cavity search or anything, this is much more thorough. When you were brought into the holding cell, it was pretty much, hey, give us all your stuff. I mean, they could kind of see what's on you. They made no real attempt to find your concealed
34.
sheets. Yeah, they
Concealed sheets.
didn't really do anything direct other than, they like may have, like, what's in your pocket? Give me whatever you got in your pockets. But, like, they probably wouldn't have even checked. They just been like, you got anything in your pockets? All right, cool, thanks. This is a pretty thorough inspection. They do not manage to find your skeleton key or the Eye of the Wise that you managed to conceal within your own sleeves or vest. You're pretty good at this. And even though they're quite thorough,
These scales, it's hard to feel sometimes.
you can like move it from hand to hand. They search this arm, and you move it to the other hand, and they search
That's
that
the
arm.
expert smuggler.
There you go.
You strip me, and I just toss it up in the air like, yeah, no,
It's-
catch it over
it's-
here.
It's a game of strip search ledger domain.
But after that, you're all pushed forward and then led around a bit of a corner. Feeling yourselves led through another small doorway with a pretty sturdy frame. After that, out loud, audibly, you hear the sergeant's voice. All right, turn around and face me so I can get this stuff off of you.
Yes, much nice of you, Sergeant.
To which you hear a key kind of fumbling, a click at your wrists, while another hand is still holding one of your wrists in place. They take the manacles off and take off the wizard's silence. And as it comes off, nothing about your sight changes.
So it's dark.
The area is completely dark.
What do I see?
Same with Trishik. You would get a brief glimpse. You would get to see the area as the cell doors slam in front of you. Feeling around Trishik and Roshin, you can each tell,
Solas.
as you immediately cast the spell, put light on yourself and illuminate the dwarf. And you can switch it over now here. Give me the stuff.
What is Severin seeing?
Severin would not be able to get inside the building, but Severin would easily have been able to see the building they went to,
That's what.
which is... Whoop.
Mataz is still.
Which is
Yes.
an old warehouse up in the barricade district. So the wagon would have looked like it was going to the Guild of the Arms for much of its journey as he was following it, but it would have stopped short around the middle of the barricade district before leading them into, again, a shuttered and abandoned warehouse. It looks like it's run down and hasn't been used in years. As the area is revealed here, and as Rasheen immediately just cast her light spell, and the sergeant kind of winces a bit. I suppose it's a damn good thing with what the helmet's on you then.
Oh, yes, I might have cast a light spell inside that wagon. Would have been terrible.
And you can reveal, Marshall, because there's light here. The three of you can see that you are in a much. You just right click them, and it's the hooded thing at the top right. You can see that you are in a much smaller, but visibly much more secure prison. You're in a small area. Each of your cells, which you've been led into individually, which you had no real way of knowing as you're being led around completely blind, is maybe 5 feet wide and 10 feet deep, with nothing but a single squat bedroll and a bucket in each. The whole area has 3 cells, the hallway you were presumably led into, and then 2 more cells on the other side, one of which is vacant. The one nearest you across the hall, which would be across the 10-foot hall from Marshall, would be occupied by a dwarf, kind of sat, curled up, knees to chest, in a level of disheveled that it's not even immediately apparent if it's a man or a woman. The only 2 exits to the area seem to be the hallway leading around to the right, past the back of the cells. Again, he presumably came through, and a door across from that may lead deeper into the facility. This is not the Guild of Arms Hall.
Sergeant, I feel we may have made a wrong turn.
Aye. That they may have.
What are you trying to pull?
Look, I'll be the first to admit that I'm not entirely positive what's going on in Kovlar. But one thing's for sure. At the moment, the Council of Regents can't be trusted. Commander Bronzebeard has been compromised. I don't know the specifics of what you lot have been up to, but I know it's not for the good of the city. Whatever work you've been doing to undermine us and the good people of Kovlar stops here.
Oh, it's a coup.
No such thing. Preventing one, lass. You'll be fed. You'll be kept alive. We won't let you die or rotten here. The Mountain Heart's got too good of a heart of his own to allow for that to happen. But I'm afraid this is your home for the foreseeable future. Make yourselves comfortable as you can. But your working's here.
That's adorable.
Oh, it's fascinating. So the Mountain Heart is actually the one who sees in power from the rest of the Anvil.
And as you're saying this out loud, the sergeant motions to the other guard, who heads back to the hallway as the sergeant comes around and raises a hand to someone down the hall. Oi! Bring their goods and they're here this way. We'll store them in the back. Don't need any trail leading to this place. Not until the Guild of Arms has been secured. And a couple of dwarves would come back. It would take them several loads. You would see them bring by your bags of holding, your weapons, your armor, and everything, and take them back through the door in front of you to somewhere deeper into this facility where it's left. This whole process would take them a few minutes before you have this light over the area, and Sergeant Stonehill comes back again, kind of puts his hand together and bows his head a bit. Again, you believe what you will. It's possible you have been misled by the commander like so many others, but it does me no pleasure to have to do this to you. But I'm not putting the good of a group of outsiders, even if they're doing what they think is best, above my city and its people.
I'm gonna perception check to see if he's lying or if he genuinely thinks he's doing the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Natural 20 for a 41.
There it is.
You get the feeling Markov was pretty trained in the art of deception. Sergeant Stonehill was not. He is a soldier who is, it's a bit of 50-50. He does definitely seem to have some remorse. And you're not positive if it's because he knows what he's doing is wrong, or he's just truly not happy about doing it. But he does seem to believe most of what he's saying. The only thing he's really playing up is how much he really cares about your plight. He doesn't give a crap you 3 are stuck back here.
Ah, well, if you really feel about that way with us, why don't you come in here and have a conversation with me? You know, dwarf to dwarf.
He turns and walks off.
You
hear
hear
the-
the squeak.
I just kind of look down the hallway, wait for him to leave.
You can't really look down the hallway. The bars are kind of too close together for you to get your giant dwarven noggin through them. But
mean,
you are in the cell that's on the end.
You know what I mean? I'm
so
just
you can
kind of
see
like,
a little bit.
yeah.
And you hear as he gets down the corner, you can hear him conversing with at least 2 other guards, not very far away. You can't hear his voice because it's going around the corner kind of off in the distance, but you can hear the guards replying briefly.
Okay.
Aye, we can get the supplies, not a problem.
Okay.
Look, we've held. I understand your concern, but they got nothing. I don't think they're not going to be able to get. What do you think they're going to do? Break out of a steel prison? They're not going anywhere, Sergeant, but we'll keep a watch. Aye. Aye, you as well. Door open, and Severin, would be easily able to direct you 2 over here. You 2, what would you do?
Oh, so this would be about the time I hear that's probably not the sergeant. And I'd reply back, no, it is. He just happens to think he is.
Yeah, you would get that's not the. So this is about when they're in the Guild of Arms. You would get that's not the sergeant about as he's leaving.
Yeah. So it is the sergeant. He just happens to be on the wrong side of the law. He has moved us to a different location. We'll be out momentarily.
Severin knows where you are too.
And
If you
Mataz
hear,
is giving me a lot of mixed feelings from inside.
if you hear explosions, perhaps see a lot of blood in the streets, just know it is not ours.
Would I have gotten the stuff about Mountain Heart since he was sharing?
I mean, if he would have told you, it's just not what
I've
he
been
told you.
the whole time I've been given a play-by-play, including the putting on the mask, we're riding around
Yeah.
in the cart. I'm droning on and on.
It's kind of repeating what the sergeant was saying to you.
Purposely making sure everything gets translated because I know I'm basically a camera for her because she's not here. Because it's telepathy. I can show pictures.
That's true, actually.
whole
You
lot
can.
of me looking
And once the area is lit up with Machine's light spell, you could actually show her the inside of the prison that you're in.
All right, we're gonna split up. You need to go to the head of the Anvilers Guild and tell her that this place is about to be attacked. There's a coup, and Stoneheart's leading it.
Cool. Stoneheart's leading it. And friend's been kidnapped. Got it.
You need to take me to the commander now. The sergeant is betraying you. He's planning a coup, and this place is about to be ambushed. Now! She'll bark at him.
I got my own business to attend to, and I'm sorry. They're at the Guild of Spells if you wish to go meet with them, or if they haven't already headed out to the Wall of Ancients. But
The definition of not my job.
no, that ain't me. No.
It doesn't matter who's paying. I'm a clerk.
Dimension door to the Guild of Spells.
Raz just rolls up his sleeves. I really gotta give me that spell. He just gets
So-
all bored.
Are you trying to mention door into the Guild of Spells or outside of it?
Right outside.
Okay, so all right, good. So
Boing.
it's like you're about to be a bird bouncing off a windshield if you're trying to mention door into the Archmage's Guild.
I'm not that dumb.
But okay, view dimension door immediately outside, which would be largely back towards the Hall of Oath. Almost all the guild halls are up in this administrative district of Kovlar.
Are you saying oaths or oats?
Oaths? No, it's not
Okay.
that. Why would it be the
Oaths.
Hall of Oats?
They were eating, and you were saying the Hall of Oats.
This is not where the
what I-
horses come to eat.
2 Utes.
I wasn't sure because they're dwarves.
It's the
Not everything
commerce
makes sense.
district. It's where their banks, the Hall of Oats, the Regents Hall, and almost all the guild halls are. The only exceptions being the Guild of Arms, which is obviously up at the barricade, the Anvilers Guild, which is in Earthfire, and the Gamblers Guild, which is down the Travelers Quarter. The other 7 are all also in the commerce district, all fairly close to each other. It's basically the administrative district of the town. You appear outside the Guild of Spells, and Raz takes off running to wherever Raz is going. Where is Raz going?
To the Anvilers Guild.
Going to the Anvilers Guild.
I need the decks of many spells so I can figure out what knock does.
Here you go, my good friend. take these Pathfinder arcane spell cards, which are a fantastic resource to quickly reference the ability of your spells. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
What you're trying to say is knock, knock, open up the door. It's real.
I was just thinking
I'll
that.
have the core rulebook. You don't use
Why
that,
we're
but-
married.
I figure I'll need the card because it's a thing that I'll be able to use consistently.
That also makes sense, yeah.
Right then, so here we are, and I seem to have a stowaway.
Man, you Mataz.
I just turn around like,
Sort of there in the cell with you.
you got some royalty sitting on your head there.
Yes, I'd best.
Trishik, we're coming. Sit tight.
Jumps
Or
onto
not.
your shoulder. He
I
squeaks.
believe we'll
He
be
reaches
playing.
into his mouth and pulls out a little piece of cheese.
Oh, that's
This would be a very tiny piece of cheese.
Thank you. I'll save it for later. Well,
You
tell
look
you what.
very satisfied.
Well, tell you what, Mataz, we're not about to be sitting around here. We have a coup to stop and/or encourage. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know which side we're on. Would you all say that we see if Mataz sees the coast is clear, and once it is, we go and get out of here?
I was just about to say the same thing. I'm just kind of tugging on the bars to see how
And you
strong
hear a voice coming from the dwarf in the other cell, and as she speaks, it's clearly female. They're pretty well with their guard shifts. The coast will never be clear. 4 of them in the building at all times, constantly rotating with more outside. There's no getting out of here.
Well, that just sounds like someone who's given up.
I'm just gonna go on ahead and open.
You can make it sound like I'm simply pessimistic, but for good reason. Even if you could get through the doors, what are you going to do? Fight all of them? With no arms or
That's the
weapon?
plan, yes, actually.
I mean, have you not seen the size of me?
Mataz, could you go ahead and see if you couldn't find us a key, or at least see if we can find the right way? We know which way they went with our stuff. That makes it a lot easier to break out. What's you in for, by the way?
Much the same as you, I imagine.
Political prisoner, then.
Truth be told, I found the place myself. Didn't expect the resistance to be as high as it was, or to be quite as aggressive.
You just stumbled on it?
Well, no, I found it. I was working for the Guild of Arms, investigating all this very thing. But I found this building, it was far more well-staffed than I had anticipated.
Yes. An agent over our head.
So, should we give her a hand too, or the?
I suppose the commander would appreciate it.
Look,
well.
make no mistake. The Mountain Heart's only keeping us here because he's not quite willing to go to outright execution for whatever aims he's after yet. But if he forces his hand, he will. I have no doubt those guards outside will take us down without a moment's hesitation.
Yes, and if you give me a moment, I could simply have all of these cells open.
And then what?
We get our stuff, our friends come from outside. The one friend is very apt at casting fireball. And we make a big scene and take care of problem.
Not to mention we haven't exactly looked like it, but we are technically deputized by the council to go and solve problems that are dangers to the city of Kovlar.
Aye, and I was working in the employ of Commander Bronzebeard himself. I don't believe a single man or woman beneath him knew of my tasks, but that doesn't help me any.
Right, but what I'm saying is that should he come to blows with the guards, we could put him down with a clear conscience.
It's
got the
not
point.
your conscience that I'm doubting, but your arm. Even I saw some of what they brought by. You've weapons and armor back there, perhaps, but you'll be well outnumbered.
Oh, you should see the results of our fishing expedition, lass.
The smell is still in me armor.
Besides, what are you hoping you can pick a door open with nothing but your fingers?
And I'm just going to, out from in my sleeve, pull out a special, what looks like a key ring of lockpicks.
I have my ways.
Oh, that'd be much easier than trying to kick the doors down. Although I imagine Marshall and I could manage it eventually.
I mean, I was just gonna keep, budging. As I'm just kind of lightly slamming on it, trying to see how much give it gives.
And as you bang it here, calling out the hall, "Aye! Cut that out! Or I'll give you something to bang! Hold on.
As he,
And you hear a laugh come out of it. Shut up. You know what I meant.
oh, come on down. You got to buy me dinner first.
The other person laughs.
You hear more laughter come down the hall. You know what I meant.
So
Poor guy.
It's your first
day on
time.
the job.
Yeah, poor dear. It's your first time being a political prisoner. You just have to learn to have the fun of it. You get used to it eventually.
I'm gonna go on ahead and get started on that log.
All right. Make me a thievery check, good sir.
The fun begins.
Check number 1.
That is a 15 on there.
So that's gonna be a 36.
So the 36, these would be surprisingly high
37.
quality locks, but you are quite proficient at what you do, as well as having access to some pretty spectacular tools.
38 even, because I get a +2 from this, not a +1.
Oh yeah, infiltrator Steve stills.
Oh, yeah.
No, skeleton key, greater.
Oh, the skeleton key itself, right? You don't even need infiltrator tools anymore. Just use the actual key. With a skeleton key, which literally has its magic assisting, it is going to be enough that it's difficult to pop these, but it's not impossible. Hopefully they are all identical, but you will be able to get yours open with a soft click that you hope they don't hear around the corner down the hall. However, the dwarven woman hears it. Damn.
Is not a problem. If you buy shoddy equipment and you think it holds me, this is what happens.
You see her face kind of change immediately, and she stands up, and she's a fairly tall dwarf, though she's got a fairly light, thin frame, kind of a lot like Oakcrest, the scout that you'd met before. She stands, kind of nods her head.
You got a date.
Well, all right then. Suppose there's some level of possibility to this. And she sort of looks down to the hall. So, say we get the doors open. Then what? What's your plan?
I didn't actually hear you.
Say they get the doors open. You open all the cells, then what? What's your plan?
Then I go get all of our equipment and we kill them.
That's a goal, not a plan.
No, that is plan. And
Simple.
if
You
need
just killed
be,
the Batman.
if need be, very worst case scenario, I will simply leave and go get my friends, and we come back and then fireball.
And then Marshall and I kill everyone.
The front door is locked both ways. You won't be able to simply barge your way out. There's no windows in
locked
or out.
door.
Oh, no.
But I'm
Doors by
saying
weakness.
it's a little harder to pick when there's 5 men beating you down with water mauls.
No, they cannot see me.
You got a way to manage that. You're a wizard.
I'm going to point at my clothing. They did not strip me. I do not wear armor like these people.
I suppose. Typical mindset of a Guild of Arms meathead. Not imagine the clothes themselves that have any bit of magic or rune to them. Look, there's a big line in the Guild of Arms. About half the guild's there to hold a fat stake. The other half's there to do any kind of proper work like me and the commander. And I thought the sergeant, but clearly I was wrong there. My only question is what the Mountain Hunter has that's meant to turn him. Sergeant was as loyal to Bronzebeard as any man I knew.
If there is anyone who gets in my way while I am attempting to do this, they will not make it back around corner. And then I will find Sergeant himself and take care of him personally.
Look, I will tell you, the men that he's got on staff here are brutes. They're not going to go down easy. If anything, it's going to be a matter of pride to who takes you down proper.
Have you ever seen a man move when he is missing throat?
Not for long. It's true.
I will take care of it.
Okay, so you get out. You get in the back door, which is in clear view of the hallway, and the guards up front, somehow without being seen. You get all your gear, return it back to you and your friends. All that goes swimmingly, assuming that's what everything's going perfectly to plan. Then you go to make your escape, guards call for help, and you find an infinite ocean at the front door. They get the front door to this warehouse open. It's a warehouse we're in, by the way. They're dressed the same, wearing pins on their lapels as well as all the proper guards and soldiers, the actual Guild of Arms, and we're not too far from the hall. They call for help. Good men and women are going to come running to help aid them. Would you strike them down as well? Would you fight the whole Guild of Arms?
I don't have to.
I would.
You do not know what we are capable of.
I don't. Clearly, that much is true, but
Perhaps what you're saying is it might not be a good idea to actually throw open the doors, sort of leave everything nice and contained here. Is that what you're thinking?
Perhaps. If this fight spills out into the streets, it won't go well for us, I'll tell you that.
Well, while we're talking, I'm gonna go on ahead and move over to the next cell door.
Roshin's gonna whistle a song to kind of give Trushi some cover while he's trying to pick the lock.
And as you move up in front of Roshin's cell and start working, give me a thievery check. These are all pretty good quality locks.
Well, that's a shame I rolled even higher than last time.
And you can get
That's a
Roshin's cell
38.
open as well. He's kind of whistling, you get a soft click. And you see the door shift a bit in its frame. Mr. Sheik gets it open.
Then right on to the next one. Then a total of 30 seconds.
I whistle a happy
Most of that was me talking.
And as you go once more,
Counter rotation.
It's
Feel
gone
the
forever.
vibration.
nothing on 2.
Yeah.
Click out of 3.
Nat 20.
Natural 20.
He just
Floor is binding.
he just kind of like looks at the lock and says open, and it just says okay.
After doing 2 of them, you are
I was gonna have to use knock, which is a part of the skeleton key, for a solid +4. It turns out I just roll really well.
after 2 of
Roll
them,
20s.
although they are pretty high quality, again, you are fantastic at this. The crime, this is your niche. You are great at crime. And you managed to get all 3 of the party's cells open in pretty quick succession with no actual difficulty. Notably, as you're opening Marshall's cell, you are like in full view of the hallway, and you can see
Well, if the angle would be like that, I would just turn it.
because the edge of the hall is like a straight line to the bars. That's the edge of Marshall's cell, and it's only 5 feet wide.
Yeah,
So
I
you
would
can
just
kind of pick
turn
it from the
invisible.
side, but you can see the hallway, so you can see if someone's coming. Well, actually, yeah, you can only really see what Roshin has
Yeah.
for light.
If
So I
I'm-
guess the light doesn't really go around the corner.
If I'm any semblance of in front of the hallway, I'll turn invisible. I have 2 more uses for the
Right, you have your armor. But turning invisible, you pop open. The squid crime emotes in chat. You pop open Marshall's cell as well, leaving the 2 of you still in your cells, but with the door open, able to leave really whenever.
Unlocked, not open.
Oh, unlocked, not open. Outside, Rez and Resme.
Retrieve my dice.
Rez, you head to the Anvilers Guild, and with a couple of minutes of all-out sprinting, bolting your way down the streets of Kovlar, dashing around everybody like Aladdin at the beginning of the movie, tearing your way through the markets in the Earthfire District, you end up panicked rat at the Anvilers Guild and was quickly led inside and similarly quickly brought to the Forge Master. The good news is that almost all of the Forge Master's business happens inside the guild hall. She goes to the office sometimes for filings and like clerical work, but unlike many of the other guild masters, she doesn't have much reason to actually leave her guild hall in the day-to-day business. So pretty quickly, you're again face to face with Forge Master Thunderflare. And she can clearly see the very panicked, probably somewhat sweaty from sprinting for like a full minute rat.
That's sweat.
In front
That's
of her.
Sweat.
They not sweat?
Palms. Palms are sweaty.
Knees
I'm
weak.
panting heavily.
Uh-huh. You all right, Raz?
1 second. Okay. Our friends have been kidnapped. Roshin, Mr. Marshall, Mr. Trushik, the sergeant of the
Guild of Arms.
Guild of Arms. Yes, that was the one. Kidnapped them. They're in an abandoned warehouse.
Wait, Commander Bronzebeard?
Yes, he was the one. That's the one I saw take them. And
You saw Sergeant Stonehill.
Stonehill. Sorry, Stonehill.
You just said a sergeant. She assumed you were stupid and said
Yeah.
Commander Bronzebeard.
Yeah, sergeant. Yeah, sergeant. I am stupid.
Highest
Yeah, I should take off
intelligence
his
score
hat.
at the
He's like
table.
very hot. I'm very hot.
Wait, slow
Okay.
down. The rest
There's a
of your
coup.
group has been taken by the Guild of Arms. Why?
Not the Guild of Arms. The Sergeant Stonehill.
And you, quickly, after a couple of questions and the increasing curiosity and concern of the Forge Master, kind of catch her up on what's happened and where they are. And, Thunderflare kind of nods. That's right then. Well, I suppose I'm out to find Commander Bronzebeard and some of the Council of Regents. We'll handle this how we can, but I suppose if the sergeant himself has taken them, I don't know there's very much we can really do. Here's the problem, whereas the regents are loosely connected. And for myself to interfere directly in Guild of Honor's business, even if it is criminal or illicit, it's not going to go over well.
And then,
Not with the people, not with the guildsmen, and not with Commander Bronzebeard himself, even if it's not a good spirit.
and
I need to contact the commander.
Mr. Chishik told Miss Resme that, what was his name? Mountain Heart?
Mountain Hunter, the Stonemasons Guild.
Yes, he's behind it. He's planning a coup to seize power. That's why he took those 3 to keep them out of the way.
Well, then that's a second reason for me to find a commander. Whereas, I have seen at least secondhand what you and your friends are capable of. Go help them. I'll find the commander. I'll summon the Council of Regents urgently. And we'll figure out how to proceed from here. I'll get things together, but it's not going to be fast. Go help them.
That was
Do
the
what
plan.
you need to do.
Okay, let's go.
The
I
rate that I'm escaping, it's not going to be
I'm
fast.
gonna be
at all.
out already. Like, I'm gonna be gone. Be back in their inn. Like, well, that was a weird day. Resme at the Guild of Spells. You knock, and rather than the door being opened, you simply hear a voice kind of emanate out from around the door frame itself. I, Guild of Spells, and you require services.
I need to see Commander Bronzebeard and the head magus.
I'm sorry. The what's the name of the? It's Archmage.
Archmage.
The Archmage is occupied for the day, and besides, doesn't simply respond to requests. If you need a spell cast or an enchantment performed with Mini Mage, I happily do it for you.
I do not have time for this. Have they already gone to the wall, or are they still here? Tell them that Resme, who's been deputized by them, is here, and I have extremely important information that affects the fate of Kovlar.
Oh, I see. I apologize, Mr. Esbey, but Archmage Sumer, I believe, has made it quite clear he has no interest in
I
interfering
could
with your
care less
outsider
about
affairs.
his interest. Is he and the commander go to the wall, or are they here?
I'm sorry. If you need a spell or an enchantment done, I can have a magi out to do it for you. But otherwise, I don't believe we have business here today, Mr. Esme.
Where are they?
Well, just doesn't respond.
Okay. Telepathy.
You can't see him. It was like, if you're trying to cast telepathy on like somebody, you need to be with
Oh, I
them.
can't see him. I thought I was standing in front of him.
No, you didn't open the door. It's just the voice is kind of coming from the door frame. They have like a magic enchantment that you just...
They have nests.
Magic speaker.
Yeah.
That he just speaks from
in,
the door.
In Trishik's head, you're going to hear, tell Resme to send a message to Commander Bronzebeard, and if he's in the Hall of Spells, tell him to come out right now. Yeah, you have sending.
You said resume.
Sorry. Rushin.
So I could just relay that message easily enough. Probably about the time I'm opening your door.
Oh, there, she's having some difficulty. Oh, let's see here. I'll throw up a sending to Commander Bronzebeard.
As you start casting a spell, you would immediately, at the end of the hall, I, and hear shuffling and armor rattling as guards are getting up and clearly moving your direction. Trishik, while invisible, you are not in your cell, and your cell is open. You would visibly not be
I would
there.
have closed it when I got out.
That would not make you clearly less not in the cell.
He's got a point.
I know.
But you go to cast, and it's a quick spell. You'd be able to get it off before they came around the corner. But you cast your sending, and what are you just telling?
Commander Bronzebeard, Lady Resme has urgent news of a coup. If you're outside the Guild of Spells, please come out to see her. Else let me know if you're at the wall.
And you would hear back, oh, the Archmage and I have already made our way up to the wall to investigate. We're just double checking as we talked about at the Regents meeting.
Oh, yeah, she'll be wanting to know that. Yes, she's gone. The
And
commander's gone to the wall already.
At that point, two guards, two dwarven guards, suited up in what would be the standard guard armor. They do look, for all intents and purposes, like members of the Guild of Arms guards you'd see all throughout the city, would come rushing around the corner. Both of them with their mauls in hand. The dwarven guards tend towards big bonking hammer more than the sword and shield, perhaps, of the traditional constabulatory in some human settlements. They'd come around, and even as they're coming around the corner, the one in the front is already kind of swinging it flat side and just slamming it against the bars of Marshall's cell with a massive clanging noise. Like, quit that! No spells, no magic! I'll beat it out of you if I have to!
Oh, come in the cage and tell me that.
So
And,
while they're doing their back and forth with the sending and everything, I would have opened up Marshall's lock and
Yeah.
gone back into my cell and got rid of the invisibility.
so all 3 doors are closed, and nothing is visibly out of order.
Do you
other than the fact
relay?
that there are 2 guards up around next to Marshall's cell and this light on Roisin here.
Well, I can't be very well letting the light go out. How on earth am I going to see your beautiful face?
And the second guard, oi! Yeah, that's how you put that light out. What here to see? You counting the stones?
Yes, it's actually quite fascinating.
Quench that.
Can I?
I'm pretty sure it's dismissible.
I'm pretty sure you can.
I'm actually
I
not
don't think
positive.
you can.
Duration until the next time you make your daily preparations.
Not dismissible. You literally can't.
If I cast the spell again, the first light spell goes away.
They don't know, man.
That's funny.
Nope, I'm afraid I can't turn it off. Once it's on, it's on.
They just kind of look at each other.
Magic, it's very strange how it works.
And they sort of look at each other. The second guard again. Oi! I seen one of them Gilded Spells witches cast a spell and move an entire shipment of ingots. Thousands of pounds from one cart to the other without breaking a sweat. And you're trying to get me to believe you can't turn off your lamp magic thing.
Well, I suppose there is one way. He's like at my cell door.
One of them is like up in the right in front of the door where they took your gear, and the other is next to Marshall's cell. Neither of them has really come down
Wait,
around
how
towards you.
close is he to myself?
He's literally adjacent to you, but he's on the other side of the bars. The other one, if you were at the front of your cell, he is like out and around, like right around the corner. Like if you were to swing the door open, you'd swing the door into him.
That's not what I had in mind.
What do you have in mind?
Now,
Oh,
well,
it's an
hold on, Roshin, wait.
Ah, yeah.
These gentlemen are just doing the job. It is unfortunate, gentlemen, but this magic, it has limitations. It is on, it can be moved, but that's about it. It will go away in a short amount of time, but that is all we can do. I understand the frustration, and I am sorry for my friend.
Hammering. Bloody tongues. On the first guard, who's kind of up there with his mallet in both hands still. All right, well, no more fancy magic words. I don't know
No more. I
a lot of surface speak. If I hear anything from you, I don't know. It's a beating.
Oh, I'm very intimidated. I shan't try your pace.
He looks at the other guy. He looks at the other guy. Intimidated, like scared. All right. Well,
I'm gonna mark the one that threatened Roshin for death.
Oh, my big brother.
Oh wait, it
Aw.
gets better. As that guard is leaving, as soon as he comes in front of my cage,
well, they're gonna pass in the front as they're going by. They come
In
up and down
front
the
of
side.
Marshall.
Oh, right, like by the side, walk by you.
I'm just gonna give him a hug through the bars.
Well, make me like,
It's a good way to get a beating.
Yeah.
slap at
a
him.
good way
and
to
be a
get your elbows
general
broke.
Nuisance.
Why?
How
You
do you do
suck
that?
at this.
Only
I
you.
do that?
Only you can do that.
Shush. I am definitely going to.
That's a natural one.
I'm going to definitely.
Isn't that important to you?
Yes.
Hero pointing it.
I just want to give him a hug. I just want to give him a hug.
I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
To a 6.
That's better.
6 times better, in fact.
That will be a 29, which wait, that doesn't work with Juggernaut. That's a fortitude save, I think. Never mind.
Should just be 29.
Yeah, 29. Yeah.
The 29 is you reach out and you grab a hold of him. I imagine cackling like the giant child that you are. He quickly pulls away from you and just baps the end of his maul against the cage
come on.
bars.
Come on. You want to have a good time. You want to beat some scores and have a
And they
tussle with me.
quickly hurry back down the hall.
come on. And I'm like at the cage, going like, come on, you sissy. You
Not-
little.
Not happy with their situation.
Now that they have walked away, I can only assist us one more time. No more making them come down here, or I won't be able to help.
So,
was scaring them.
in outside land, Resme and Rez.
Let Resme know what the command is.
Yeah, and I would have just relayed the information.
I'm dimension dooring over to the wall.
I have a rat. He is a good rat.
Be good rat.
He's on an adventure.
He's on an adventure.
He's on a
So what is he doing?
He is scouting out as much as he can, even though he cannot relay back in words to me, only emotions.
So as he looks through, running around the area
He's
here,
having a good time.
At the speed of sound.
scouting around, doing some scootus. Make me a stealth check, because his stealth. I'm pretty sure it's the same as your stealth. He's a familiar,
I
right?
think
He's a familiar.
His
Should be the
dex
same
might be
as yours.
better though.
Let me.
that's true. Because I
Check.
think
I don't have it on my sheet, but I have it in.
I actually remember reading that like rat familiars give like a bonus to
Yeah.
the
All right.
dex saves
He's
or
a
whatever.
good rat.
Come on.
He does good rat stuff.
Hey.
That's actually really good.
It's a total of a 33.
Mission Impossible rat is a very sneaky boy. And as he sneaks around the area, fortunately not discovered by the guards within, you just get kind of a growing sense of dread coming out of King Matez. He is spooked. He's very spooked. He's not terribly happy with the situation. Whatever he is seeing is not filling him with rat confidence. But
He did
I
find
think-
the bathroom break.
Severin is singing a really bad sea shanty outside the jail.
with this magical rat knowledge that he brings before he scampers on back to Rasheen for safety.
What would you do with a hungry falcon? What would you do?
Right then,
Holding
what you
up
find?
fingers.
I imagine we should take our midstream break.
Yes.
Good
It's about that time.
Yes.
I
So-
do.
I don't speak
Before
rat.
we commence with the grand
You don't speak
jailbreaking,
Dwarvish either.
the grand jailbreaking of the Mountain Heart's secret prison, we're gonna stand up, stretch our legs, refill our drinks, use the
Bathroom breaks.
bathroom. Feel free to grab some snacks. It's usually about probably 10 minutes or so that we take in the middle here, just to get a decent little break in of our 4-hour streak, so we're not
we-
just sitting here immobile for the entire time.
We already broke in.
So, we'll be back in a few minutes, and when we return, breaking out is the thing that we need to do. That's
Yes.
that's the current agenda.
C'est chic. Break out.
We'll be right back, everybody. Don't go too far. Seeing this all happen, looks to Buford where he got pounded and reaches out with a hand, energy quickly coalescing. He says, "Get the fist, protects." And gives you... Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for cutting that highlight short there, but we have actual things to do instead of highlight things. If you want to see the rest of that beautiful glimpse of redemption, any of the other like 50 highlights we have, or this entire show, and it's from level 1, from the beginning of the grand adventure that is the Age of Ashes, youtube.com/2perception has the entire anthology of everything. There was also a playlist here on this very Twitch channel that has all of the VODs in their full capacity, so you can get the full campaign here without actually having to leave Twitch all the way back to the first episode, as well as our previous campaign. There's a lot of Pathfinder stuff you can find in these assorted links. For the moment, we unfortunately had a player-based emergency, so we're going to be formatting it here for a little while, or for the rest of the show. I'm not honestly positive which one.
I'm not sure
But
either.
it's fine. Part of the reason, and I've actually had this question before a couple times in various YouTube comments and in Twitch, we're playing these adventure packs, like the Age of Ashes, that Paizo produces, that are like you could just run them as a completely pre-built adventure and not do any customization and do fine. I obviously screw with it a lot, as anyone who may have read the Adventure Path is aware. I add and change a lot of things in here. It's not just Patreon names, though it is a lot of that. But they are built and balanced for 4 players. We have a 5-man group for pretty much exactly this situation. because it means worst case scenario, if somebody can't make a week or something happens, there is some personal emergency. 4 people is not underpowered. It's what we're supposed to be. And it's generally much easier to scale things up a little bit for 5 people than it is to try and scale it down. Also, I find that a lot of like D20 based systems that are the kind of the general TTRPG D20 archetype, 3 and lower is where things start to get a little weird. I don't know if that's just me, but I feel like you really start feeling the missing.
You start losing out on battlefield roles.
Yeah, you start losing like jobs.
Yeah.
And then stuff starts getting kind of difficult to run cohesively without making some fairly large concessions. Whereas going up, if you're not going to something ridiculous, I think if you had like a 7-man table, it would actually just be bonkers.
Yeah.
You also physically couldn't fit people in a lot of the maps. Adding 1 usually works pretty well. It gives us this little bit of an insurance policy, this safety net. And it's not too hard to scale on. But as we left off, jail
time.
was prison now, I think. I think we've upgraded to prison.
We upgrade to prison. Although it's not really a very good prison because Trushik picked all the doors
security.
open.
But does Trishik being able to escape make it a bad prison? Or just a regular prison?
Just a regular prison.
That's the other lady couldn't escape. It's maximum security.
Yeah, I don't think the bar is not Trishik is able to get out of it. Trishik is able to get out of many things that he probably shouldn't be able to, and most people can't.
Eventually, just straight through walls.
He's an outlier. Should not
But as we left off, the guards had left you back here in the cells. Trishik had gotten all the doors unlocked, but not opened. But as they left, Marshall tried to give one of them a nice hug.
I just wanted to hug.
In the hallway, not too far around the corner, you actually hear a door slam this time. You did not hear that previously. And Marshall needs to give more hugs. Dan Bennett 360 giving you a hero point. Hug this man. Hug him very aggressively.
Thank you. Just one hugs.
You hear a door slam and then a pretty audible click of a latch afterwards.
Do believe I hadn't heard that one before.
Well, I think you're right. Pissed them off. Doesn't sound like they want to deal with you anymore.
Huh.
Certainly don't want you to be touching at them and groping through your bars.
And the punishment for this is that they leave us alone.
Works for me. I'm gonna go on ahead and turn invisible my last time of the day, and I'm gonna start ferrying our equipment over from whatever that room is.
The door that leads deeper into the facility is actually not locked. Because
I never saw them lock it.
Yeah, they kind of assume at this point that would be well handled. That's not like a problem they thought they would have, is people breaking into their like storage closet. But as you get in there, that is very much exactly what it is. The back side of this, again, this is a large warehouse. Looks like it was the main storage floor for the warehouse. And you can see against the back wall where there is a visible, I guess you can't really see anything. You have Roshin's light only cutting a single slice into the sheer darkness back here, which illuminates what seems to be a largely empty room with a barrel and a sack that you can see, neither of which seem to be your gear. So it's-
Roshin can actually peel her glove off and just throw it to you.
Just throw it into the room,
I mean,
so that if there's any questions, like
it's a glove. I can't throw it that far. I'm gonna have to.
Well, you're throwing it only like 8 feet
Yeah.
through the doorway, so you can kind of pitch it through the
the
doorway
door's
into the
open, you
room
can throw it just into the room.
and get a good amount of light in there, illuminating a small storeroom that now you would be able to see against the back wall a pretty clear frame, markings where there was once a second door that has since been stoned and paved over. That was about 10 feet wide and tall, probably a loading bay for the warehouse back when it was originally in use. But while this was once the storage, it is now the storage for some basic supplies. A few barrels of water, sacks of some non-perishable food that will stop you from dying if consumed. It's not the good times at all.
It's the really bad MRE, but at least it's food.
Pretty much, yeah. There is a fairly sizable heap of all of the equipment they had taken from you three, sort of haphazardly thrown aside / on top of a much smaller pile of equipment that assumedly might be the woman's. She seemed like she had much very akin to the scout gear. A light breastplate, with like leather lamellar armor on that, and a smaller mallet alongside a clan dagger.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is find my goggles of the night, because I would like to see.
A vision is good. So you fish out the goggles of the night from your stack, put them on,
And immediately turn it.
click the lenses, and no longer have an issue seeing through the storehouse or
The-
the entire area.
The glove will be immediately returned back to you to make it look as if nothing is wrong.
So as you look through the area now, you have a good view of the whole region. You can see this hallway that you would come through only goes back about 10 feet before it has another set of iron bars with an iron door set in the center. That door clearly locked and latched. And just 5 feet past that, a solid stone wall with another door.
And that's over here.
That is back. Yeah, you would be able to realistically see through that wall that that first door is in, but I messed up on the dynamic lighting, and then that's
Okay, so that's supposed to be bars. And
that's
then there's a
bars.
door.
Where that door is, there's bars, and there's another wall behind it.
Okay.
It's fixable, but it's hard. We can get it later.
Well,
You could add some to the door.
I've still got roughly 10 minutes and 45 or 9 minutes and 45 seconds of invisibility. So I'm going to get all my stuff, put it back on me, and then I'm going to start ferrying Marshall's equipment to him single piece by single piece because it's all very heavy.
It's
But,
just armor, my bag, and my axe.
Yeah, even the axe doesn't actually put me over my encumbered limit, so it wouldn't affect my stealth.
Okay.
So as you start hauling your gear piecemeal back to the party, Raz outside. Resme, you know she went to the Guild of Spells to go find help. You didn't find much at the Anvilers Guild, and you're not sure what she's up to. What are you doing?
I'm hauling tail to the warehouse. So
Sprint your little rat booty back across town
it's cardio day.
and up around to the warehouse that you had seen where they had all been brought. So you would get to the front of this warehouse generally around the same time that Jashik would finish ferrying out everyone's equipment. It would take you a few minutes to get re-geared in all of your armor and everything. With everything brought to you and your cell doors now wide open, you're kitted back up as well as you can be.
While I'm
Right.
at it, I'll go on ahead and let her out of her cell too.
And you pick open the last girl's cell. And she just kind of watches as all you were getting up. She doesn't say much of anything.
She just hears the door open. I'm still invisible.
Who even are the group of you?
We have the Heroes of Breachill. We have come from quite far away.
And you call yourselves that unironically.
Not my title, just contract.
What
We're
even
incorporated in everything.
what even is a breachill?
It's a town off in the middle of a very small area in the mountains. It honestly not too far distance-wise from the mountains.
Up in there. It's pretty.
Look, it's not that I don't have faith in your fighting abilities being as impressive as your skills at making a breakout of a secret prison, but I can't fight alongside you. For one, I've been here for Torag only knows how long, and I don't know I have the strength to be of any real use rather than just in the way.
I do not
But-
expect you to fight. I simply made it so you can leave when we are done.
You look a bit grey around the gills, if I may say so.
I'm fine.
But you just said you aren't.
Well, I'm alive, and regardless of how this goes, I imagine I'll keep being that way, at least for the brief future. If you're successful, maybe even much longer than that. You got a name?
Roshin.
Marshall.
Now let us please continue. I only have a couple minutes left before they can see me.
So
Lizard it is, then. There's Hemlock. Jennifer Hemlock, but I think with everything you've done for me, we can just go with Jenny.
And I'm
He
gonna
opens the book.
continue on my way.
Hemlock, you say? Jennifer Hemlock.
Aye.
Aren't you a carpenter?
Posing is one. Have been for some years. I'll admit I got a bit of a knack for it, but
So,
I work for Commander Bronzebeard. The Guild of Arms has some agents within the other guilds just for safety.
The Carpenter's Guild.
It was
Turns
number
out.
They
three
only had
people.
2 real carpenters in the first place.
The third one was a spy! Damn it!
No one expects the Carpenter Guild.
In all
they threw an
fairness,
agent
that's
in
the
there just
perfect
to keep
cover.
an eye on the other 2 carpenters.
So,
I knew the dwarves didn't trust the
so
carpenters.
as Trishik is starting to sneak down the hallway, all invisible and stuff,
I'm just opening up the next door so we can continue.
I'm just
Right.
gonna go ahead and I'm gonna think ahead of time. I'm like, all the guards, if they're armed with, big hammers, I should probably think smart. I'm like, okay, well, in that case, might as well trust this form of old slappy. And it turns into the halberd.
Your shifting rune kind of see. I like how you say the words anyway. You know it doesn't do anything, but you twist the grip and the blade kind of transitions. The haft extends, and you have a halberd now.
Am I still on my way to the
So glad I
warehouse
put
and all
money
this,
into
or
this.
Have I near it?
You would be at this point. You've made your way to the warehouse. It looks like it is just run down. I mean, you know from Severin that they're in there, but it doesn't look like anything. Make me a perception check, actually.
We. Ooh, that is a total of a.
I've noticed that I have a bad habit
38.
of landing and just spinning on face for the entire time.
With a
I mean, if it
38,
can stop on a 16. It can do that. all
as
at
you are
once.
kind of high rat alert right now, as you look at the outside of this building, you know bad things are taking place within. This building looks dilapidated. It looks like it's been abandoned for some time, and that's probably true. But as you're looking over the door and the building itself outside, you can tell that the damage is entirely cosmetic. And in fact, in some cases, even artificial. Like the building has been made to look more abandoned and run down than it actually is.
All right, so they're inside. How do I signal them so they know I'm outside? Because I can't talk in my head like Resume can. Orn. And just toot as loud as I can. Hopefully they hear that.
Inside the prison, you hear a faint toot of hope in the distance.
And
It's Raz.
and you hear the click of the next lock.
King Matez gets very excited all of a sudden.
Come now, let us go. We have company outside.
Oh yes, reinforcements. Very good.
So, Rez, you blow your toot.
Blow my toot.
You never take that seriously. I'm sorry.
And after a moment, you hear the latch on the front door is being undone. The door is just yanked open by a guard that's standing there and kind of looks around and then sees you. What in the...
Is that the one that I marked for death?
No, it'll be the other one.
I look at him and I'm going to look sad and I'm going to look lost. I'm going to start speaking Yasuki. And I'm going to walk up to him like gesturing frantically, looking as lost as possible.
He'll kind of hold out a hand out. And in Dwarven, not public. Sorry. And
Into Yasuki, please, I'm lost. I lost my translator. I say in Dwarven translator. And lost.
what the fuck?
And scared. And please.
Close the door.
What's this tourist doing here? Get out of here.
He just goes to close the door.
Well, this is gonna be You know what?
What is going on?
I don't know what to do. I just look at him lost and start knocking on the door.
Knock on the door.
Start playing the horn a little bit.
They're from inside in Dwarven again. No! Leave! he opens the front door again. You go. And as he's trying to communicate with his idiot rat, so he thinks, in the front door here, Sheik opens the back to the cells. As you open the door, revealing in all of your glory the battle party, fully kitted and ready for action. The other dwarf inside, who is just kind of sat behind a desk, hears the door open and immediately stands up. And then when the door turns around, looks back, and is like, oh no. And I think there is probably where we roll some initiative.
So the one in front of me is not marked for death.
The one in front of you is not marked for death, no.
But I heard the one on the left.
Yeah, you hear him. He's on the right around the corner. You hear him stand up.
Oh, I forgot to cast. Ah.
Well, I will re-roll my initiative because I have a man's throat to rip out.
Raz is being very unassuming and trying to be very, very fast.
Very unassuming, very quickly.
Quickly. The quickest unassuming. Even more assuming.
And I as well, as these guards scramble and perhaps get a slight hint of maybe the rat is in on this ruse and they are in way more trouble than they think they are. I am also going to re-roll that initiative because he's a spooked boy. Oh, and then Resme appears. Look at that. That's why they're spooked, because they realize Resme is also here and things are dramatically worse than they thought they were.
Dimension door.
Then she just appears next to Res. Hi.
Greetings.
Look at the door.
Also-
Saw my translator in Dwarvish.
Also after initiative, battle cry.
Trishik.
I got a 27.
Would you roll a 2?
4.
That's twice the 2. Marshall.
I got a 26.
Would you roll a 2?
I rolled like a 9.
Remember, my stealth is
Red.
drastically higher than most people's. initiative.
25.
What in the heck?
I rolled a 3. It went.
This was kind of a very confusing meetup that we didn't.
That's
expect.
fair. Everyone was like, no one expected to see. Roisin is so excited she's going to go first.
Got a 30.
Since I knew I was going into this, could I have quaffed a Drakeheart first?
Sure.
Yeah, I could have literally kept you in.
Yeah, you would have probably known things are about to happen, so you could have a Drake card.
Cool. That's
You
gonna
beat me.
it's gonna be a 32.
These are all really low.
Those are terrible.
Yeah.
These are absolutely awful.
Look,
Like-
we're saving the good rolls, okay?
Yeah, I mean, save the good rolls are gonna happen during the combat, I assume. But like, oh boy, those were bad.
All right.
Mine was
So,
fine.
battle cry as you yell at this man at the front door here.
That's actually
You
not
got the
bad.
sound set of the music.
May I physically menace?
Battle in the prison.
I don't. Oh no, the one dude can see you.
Yeah, I mean, you're both yelling at the same dude because that's the guy you can realistically
Yeah,
see.
yeah, of
It's
course.
the guy at the front door.
Yeah.
I'll give you physically menace. He's probably not expecting you to be standing there with your full armor and your long sword in your hand, which is also
The
just
door
fire.
opening without
So-
you even being rid.
Then the door just opens and there's no. And you're staying 10 feet back and it's like rope hose ready for action. Like, yeah, it's probably physically menaced.
Awesome.
What you got?
32.
Okay.
38.
Okay, well,
Way better. Yeah.
you didn't crit, so he's frightened one.
Yay. That's the
The man
point.
has an amount of spooked. So, it's actually going to be this way around for my own person. I don't just scold, they both are just scolds to you, but for my own personal stat tracking. As this all happens, and this battle cry is belted forth, and everyone is clearly very upset, and armor shuffling and weapons are being drawn, and there is anger happening. You are going to hear a door open that I believe Raz can just barely see
Oh no, not a door.
as a trio of guards come pouring out of a back room to reinforce. And I have a bunch of guard tokens here that are definitely people, but they're the only like generally guard token that I have, and I only have 4 of them. So you
make
guys want the Scarlet Triad guy again?
That's probably appropriate. Oh no.
It
My
seems like
dials.
it's generally appropriate. So all 3 of them managed to get out the door into the front area, and Rez, you can see a great bustling of dwarves behind the front desk. As you can tell, see there are 5 of them that seem to be inside this building that have rushed to aid. The one inside the door is going to quickly pull out his maul, and then with it, just kind of putting the head down, clearly more concerned with the fully armored people behind him and the weird wizard who just teleported up in front. He's not gonna like spank you with it. He's gonna kind of put it down and just shove you.
So it's my birthday.
Shut up. You take that feat?
No, I can't.
Oh,
That's not the
oh, it's a
normal
gnome feat, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's literally a gnome.
Translator? No. Hammer.
And he is going to push for a 42
Yeah.
versus your fort DC. Mm-hmm. Which I imagine is going to critically succeed, probably.
thing. More than likely, yeah.
So he is going to launch Raz 10 feet back from the door and shut the front door.
What's the sport where you curling? You just got curled.
She did just get curled. Tumbling out into the street as Resme appears. The other guard who's up behind the desk draws his maul and clambers out around the desk into the doorway here. Standing in front of you, and looks back over to his group of friends kind of behind him and next to him, and just looking at Roshin and Marshall. And then Roshin, then Marshall,
There's no good choices.
and calls back down the hall. All right, one time offer to get back in your cells, and I won't bonk you. And
I just look at Roshin, which I'm guessing you're looking at me.
One time offer. Get in the cells and we don't split your skulls open.
I'm gonna attempt to intimidate Roshin.
Oh, he's trying to intimidate me.
That's adorable.
Ah, yeah, I might roll.
He and I mean he does look pretty well geared. He's got a mallet with a head about most of the size of your torso. He's pretty well armored, and you can hear he has a lot of friends coming. Probably a lot more than you expected, perhaps. It's gonna be a 38.
A 38, really? Okay, so that will just normal succeed.
So you are frightened 1.
Okay.
And then it is going to be the turn of Resme, who is outside as the door closes.
Fine. Resme will dimension door onto the other side of the door.
Okay.
I saw where it was. I saw
Yeah,
where
you saw
everybody
the inside
was.
of the door. You saw where the guy was standing, so you could dimension door literally right next to him. So you
No,
Good
I'm
dimension door
gonna
anywhere down the hallway.
I'm gonna dimension door right behind where I saw Marshall was.
could not see all the way down the hallway. Just through the other door open a little bit. He shoved Rez and closed it. It wasn't
Oh,
like wide open. So
Then to
everyone
heck
could
with
see their
it.
secret
I'm
veil.
disintegrating the door.
Okay.
Dispel
Knock, knock.
wall.
Knock knock.
Yeah,
Open up the door. It's not real.
With the cast to disintegrate, though they have splurged for a decent lock upon this door, it is not. They're going to stand up to disintegrate, and the front door does not exist anymore.
Hi boys.
The rogue picks the locks. The caster picks the door.
Front door is now gone. You have 1 action left, I believe. And you can see a little gaggle of dwarves inside in the darkness with some light coming in from the street, but not much. Honestly, there'd probably be more inside from Roshin's light than anything else.
I'm gonna use my once per day 1 action produce flame from my dragon medallion, and I am going to light one of those men on fire.
Oh, there's the guy right here in front of the door.
That he seems like an excellent target.
Light him on fire.
Staring at him.
That
I didn't do it.
is gonna be. I'm gonna hand you this hero point as Resme readjusts the medallion, and it's like, come on.
She just shut the door on me. Fine, you've just lost your door privileges.
Like a parent picking where their kids belong.
Much better. What is that as?
16.
Oh, that's lovely. A 37?
37's absolutely going to succeed. I would probably leave if it didn't, and there were 5 of them.
D4s.
Oh, you're
All
right.
right, now
Sorry.
comes the time for me to attempt try to keep track of 5 identical people's health.
Isn't that the one that's frightened as well?
It is.
Well, he's not named Mark, so he took his turn.
He'll take 16 fire damage.
Okay.
Light his beard on fire.
Not a forged dwarf. Does not have any resistance to that. 16 fire damage. That's going to bring us to Rasheen.
All right. So I noticed that True Cheek's token on the map is not where he actually is.
It's 1 space forward because I had to unlock the second door.
So Roshin's going to raise her shield, stride up to where the front dwarf is, and with a sword igniting in fire. Let's see
As he
here.
kind of takes a bit of a defensive position with Small as you approach.
Does this door open like out? Like
It will open
us?
towards you, yeah.
It opened towards me? Okay, good. So by standing here, he can't close
You
the door
can't
in my
easily
face.
close it on you, know.
Excellent. And just go for a skewer over the
All
shield.
right, you're -1 from your friend.
-1 for my friend. Oh, well, that's a 3 on the die, so I don't imagine that's going to do
A little
too well.
frightened.
Yeah, a little frightened. So just a testing poke, we'll call it. As it
You take a little swing. He doesn't really dodge it at all, so much as he just kind of shelters and hunkers. And dwarven armor is very thick and chunky. In traditional guard armor, he kind of shoulders the blow and it glances off of him. They're pretty sturdy. That was one action left, I believe. Oh, you that did. Light
shield, strike.
Oh, your shield is up.
strike.
Trishik, then.
So, I get to do the thing again.
You get to do the thing again.
Assassinate.
So you're assassinating the guy that Rasheen just swung at.
Yes. See, the problem with thick dwarven armor is there's a lot of slots between the sections where I can just dig my claws in under his helmet and get right into his jugular. So we're going to attempt to assassinate him. And it is the death trait, so if he's a higher level, then he gets a success step
He
better.
is not a higher level than you.
So
He is the same level as you.
he's going to get a fortitude save if I hit.
Hey,
Well,
Yep.
that's a 17 on the die, plus I believe 23. It's been a minute since I attacked someone. Yeah, so that's a 40, and he's flat-footed.
That critically succeeds.
So he gets to make a fortitude save
Oof.
at 1 step worse.
Oof.
And if he critically fails,
It's fine.
this man no longer has a throat.
This is fine.
And it's at my DC, which
This is fine. He's gonna be fine.
is a 31.
He's gonna be. So he has to fail
He has to fail.
to critically fail. Oh boy. It's gonna get a 37,
So
which
he
is a
succeeds,
success, which
which
is a
goes to a
failure
fail.
because you critically succeeded.
Oh boy.
He's gonna take a lot of damage, I'm pretty sure.
He might still die some.
He might just die regular. He doesn't die instantly. Regular die.
So this is the assassinate by itself. 8, 12,
You want to angle that camera up very slightly because all your
17.
stuff's going like just out of range. There you go.
20. So that's 40 from just the assassinate.
jeez.
Okay. Fine.
I'm going to drop one of these dice and then roll that again for the attack that critically struck him in the throat. 5, 10, 15, 19,
Stop rolling fives.
38.
26 to 54. So he takes 94 damage.
Oh boy.
Excuse you?
And
Fine.
now that I'm visible, having rended my claws under his helmet across his throat, catching him, but not digging in quite deep enough, another strike swipes.
Assassinate's 3 actions, isn't it?
2.
Is it 2? Are you sure? Okay.
Yes.
I was pretty. I thought it was 3. Fair enough.
Mark for death is 3.
Mark for death is 3. That's what it is. So you do have 1 left. Slap him again.
I get an extra d6 because he's marked for death.
Fair enough.
6.
And double it.
Double it
another
'cause it was a crit. All right. Well, you get a really good rip on this guy with this opening attack, and he staggers a little bit.
And then another claw swipes out.
But he kind of, now that you can see, he steadies himself and adjusts his mallet. Dwarves are stout little dudes.
Well,
That's a 19 on the die.
19.
You can't just keep hitting people.
39.
39's a regular hit.
See, you
And
can't
he's
just.
not flat-footed.
No, he's not flat-footed.
So I only get my normal dice.
It was a good opener.
Do you get marked for death too on top of them?
I
If you
do.
need sneak attack for that, I think. Oh, no,
Mark for
okay.
death is when I hit
Oh,
my
fair enough.
target. I get another d6 from backstab. So 6, 7, 8, 12, 19.
So 19 more damage.
Not bad. I'm sad he didn't outright die.
And with that, he is injured. Obviously, you've landed a pretty mortal blow, but the linemen of the Guild of Arms dwarves are natively quite stout, and the Guild of Arms trained soldiers doubly so. This man is still very much in fighting form. There was a lot of dwarf meat in this prison right now. Marshall is probably going to do something about that.
I'm gonna show you some dwarf.
Please don't show me your dwarf meat.
Go get my wine. I'm probably not going to grow just because of how cramped it is. So, because I don't know if I can even fit on large.
You can. Getting through the doorways will be like difficult terrain, but it's not like there's a ton of space you need to move. You are behind everyone, so you could reach over them with your halberd. Like you could if you wanted to, but you have a halberd, so you can reach by anyway. They're gonna have cover regardless. So
okay, so if I did smack with it, it would still
right, because you're like line fighting behind your allies, so they have light cover, so they have +1 to their AC basically.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I'm just gonna rage and not grow for once, which feels
It feels icky, and I don't like it.
Then I'm gonna go ahead and take a step up, and I'm gonna go ahead.
We're just gonna quickly abuse this guy as a team.
I'm just gonna go ahead and take a jab at him with old Slappy. For a hold on, math. 38.
38 will hit.
I got my traits mixed up, but the damage numbers ended up being the same.
Okay.
Backstabber is 2 damage per hit, and I got a deadly d6 on my crit, and the d6 I rolled was a 4, which would have been the 2 instances of the backstabber
Nah.
anyways.
Easy.
My
So
head's splitting.
it was the same thing either way.
It was only 22 damage.
22 damage.
22 damage.
What kind of a barbarian are you? This dude just did 130 something.
I'm sorry. That was like sorcerer type damage.
I rolled really bad.
But
on
with
the
that
damage.
res, it will be your turn.
I make eye contact with the dwarf who shunned me from the door. In Dwarvish, I say,
How could you?
be careful who you turn away from the door, for they may be your enemy. And I'm gonna lingering spell Dirge of Doom. That is bring up the home.
Warbling toot.
So-
Toot minor. It's spooky.
So I need to make a perform check versus the normal DC of the highest level affected by the thing. That's what is that? An 8? Where? 30.
It's your spell,
so
DC by level DC,
Yeah,
right?
level
So
DC.
that'll 30 anything will survive, succeed.
All right, so that's going if it's a regular success. So it lasts for a few turns.
Lasts for 3, I think.
Yeah,
That's
3.
strict.
So that there for me. And then I'm gonna look at him in Symphasia.
Okay.
Synesthesia?
Yep, synesthesia.
This
What
man's
is?
having a bad time.
Don't just say a spell name at me. What do you do?
That
Oh
one.
my god,
I
it's
give
this
it to
thing.
you. Make
This
me
man
a
has
will
had his
save,
nerves
please.
rearranged.
Pretty please.
The nerve of this man.
He can see pain now.
He can taste purple.
I once tasted purple.
24.
Oh, well, he fails. So he's effective for 1
He can
minute.
feel triangles.
I've always wanted to feel triangles.
Exclusively only triangles.
So, what happens?
Basically, he.
I'll just say a spell name. What are you doing?
Yes, you're correct. He is when he makes eye contact with me, because I make sure he knows I'm here. He's suddenly just ensued with a flash of light, and now he sees the sound of the Dirge of Doom. He can taste the sound of the metal of them stabbing. I actually taste the sound of the blood flow falling from him.
You know those wiggly filters?
He's
That's what he's seeing. Is
He
the
is
Dirge of Doom. Just a wiggle.
everything. He tastes the color purple.
Taste the color purple. Well, up first is the 3 guys from the back room because they rolled initiative higher. So, one of them comes out, the foremost, is going to step up alongside to kind of form a rank here to support his incredibly injured ally here. Stepping right up in front of Trishik. And as the doorway is kind of in the middle, he's going to swing through the doorway at Rasheen because he doesn't have a great angle on Trishik, but through the middle, he's got a good shot on you. And as he comes in here, he raises his maul up. It's like a massive two-handed weapon here, and swings it forward, not terribly high, but like he was driving a railway python, bringing it down dead center towards the center of your breastplate.
Okay.
The cool thing about massive hammers is you don't have to like
Aim.
do fancy aiming. You just hit them with the big stick.
It's kind of a big hammer. I saw Marshall's hammer.
AOO.
No. What would you get an AOL for?
My halberd, and I haven't.
He stepped into it.
He
hasn't
stepped
gone
into it.
through
He hasn't
Oh,
gone
it has
through
to be.
it.
Okay, my
Yeah.
bad. Sorry.
You good. So he gives you a smack. It's gonna be a 42. to hit.
42 does not critical me because my shield is up.
That's good. But with your shield up, as you get in the way of this, this is going to crash into your shield and into you with enough force to blast you over. This is going to knock you prone
Okay.
with a mighty swing.
And I'll shield block to deflect as much of that damage as possible.
Okie dokie. And that damage is going to be a sizable amount. You were hit with a mallet the size of most of your body. That is going to be... You said it did not crit?
It did not crit.
Okay, it's only 37 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. So my fortifying pebble that I have painstakingly acquired from the Guild of Arms will immediately shatter. So that drops down to 27 damage minus a hardness of 13 goes to 14 damage that I'm taking.
14 damage to you in the shield and dashes you down to the ground.
Okay.
From the back line, another one of them is going to... It looks like he was reaching for the front door, but the front door kind of falls apart, and he's not entirely positive what to do about that. So he comes into the door, mallet in hand, and just looks out and sees Resme, and just raising his mallet up. I don't know what you think brought you here, but you best be leaving. He's going to try to intimidate you.
Lightning will crackle in her eyes, and she'll say, I'm not going anywhere.
32 versus will DC.
A 32 will just succeed by 1.
Frightened one. And the third one back there, who doesn't have much room to do anything, has his maul up at the ready. He moves up kind of to reinforce behind him. There is just a wall of dwarf in this passageway here. And as he looks through, should I fetch the sergeant? Should I run for help? Looking at the guy in front of him whose lifeblood is pouring down his armor. What do we do? So the one in the doorway, who is synestasia'd, stops for a moment. He pushed Rez back, and then the door disintegrated, and then he smelled purple. And so he's got his hand here, or his mallet in front of him. He just kind of looks at Resme. He looks over at Rez. He slowly bends down and puts his maul on the ground. Nope. 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 And just walks out of the building. And
This man is my champion. Resme
just
salutes
turns
him as he leaves.
and walks down the road. Not him. The guy that Raz Synesthesia, the guy in the front door. He turns and just walks down the road. Turns away from everyone, just leaves. Nope. Nope.
This man is a champion.
Nope.
That was probably the best decision possibly have made.
That was the sanest thing I've ever seen an enemy do.
And as he leaves, the other one that's here in the door that is desperately injured turns to his friend. What do you think we're here for? Take him down! And raises up his mallet and swings across towards Marshall with a big overhand blow, biting through the pain.
Reach.
Did he reach?
Oh, not Marshall, at your cheek, sorry.
I was
The
about
other
to say.
person who was in the doorway.
Nimble dodge.
Nimble.
I don't want to get crit.
Yeah, please, no.
They hurt bad.
It's going to be a 40 even. This will as well catch you with the massive head of this mallet, dash you down to the ground. You are going to take 35 points of bludgeoning damage because I rolled 2 lower. But then as you are on the ground, you haven't hurt him at all. It's really just been Trishik. He brings it up again and just down for a second big wallop while you're laying on the ground prone. He is going to get Math. 33?
That hits.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I was wondering if the frightened 1 would make a difference there, but I guess 33 is probably still high enough. 33 bonks you again. And you are going to take an additional 28 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fair payback.
He did not nearly as much as you did to him. That was not a fair trade at all. But as we come around to Resme here, Blade Tiger, what's this? Squid is under capacity on villain points. Back to 3 we go. I'm on fire here. I haven't gotten to use any yet. Other than that, will say, but it was way too funny if he would not do. So as that one guy leaves, the other dude in the doorway that is with him, that just kind of yelled at Resme, says, "Where are you going? You can't just leave!" And he just, nope. Nope. Nope.
Leave him alone. He can hear purple.
Resme.
I thought it was taste, but okay.
That's all of it.
It just keeps changing.
In the full purple experience.
Resme, who is enraged at the fact that her friends were kidnapped out from under her, will look up at the sky and she'll start to shape lightning in her hands. And
What sky?
I'm outside.
The ceiling?
It's a cave.
Oh,
So
you said I was outside.
you are
Yeah,
outside.
you are
It's
outside
Kovlar
in
outside,
Kovlar.
so-
It's fine, man. I'm
Kovlar
calling down
outside.
lightning anyway. You can't stop me. The magic says so.
I wonder if these dwarves have even seen lightning before.
Probably not for a lot of them.
Yeah.
And she'll continue to shape it until it forms a large whip. And she'll strike out Ventus Fulminus. And that's chain lightning because this is what it was made for. Give me my reflex saves,
Yeah, you
all
got
you stocky dwarves.
20 dudes who have a terrible reflex save.
Guys
Very
wearing a
sad.
lot of metal are about to not dodge.
All right, guy number 1, you're going to crit, all right?
Wow, they're
I know
getting
your
long.
reflex save is bad on account of all the armor and you're a dwarf, but you're just going to roll a 20.
And you're afraid.
39, he's frightened 1.
That is not a crit. That's just a success.
What, a 40 of crit?
Nope.
No,
Oh,
it wouldn't
damn
have
it.
actually
I
been
was-
41.
You'd have needed a 41.
I was going to say, damn your Dirge of Doom, if that made the difference. 39. So the regular succeeds on the guy in the doorway, and then we'll jump across to the dude who's swinging at Roshin. And it's funny. That's a 20! Oh, they're right here! Their armor's too conductive. It dissipates all the electricity.
I hate you people.
You still hit 1.
I rolled a 19 and then a 20. They don't want any of this crap.
I don't
Would
blame
much
them.
rather those go to saves than attacks.
That's actually probably better than
Yeah.
beating you with those dice. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
guess that's
I
fair.
agree. I will take
I
that.
want to use villain points, but I can't stop rolling 20s, dude.
Use them on the 20.
My life is hard.
Like you're in a circus.
So the first guy's going to take half, and it's going to arc through the second guard, who is swinging this wormhole through at Roshin through these iron bars. You can just see the electricity arc across his armor, the haft of his maul, and through the iron bars that separate the back area of this, dissipating up into the walls and grounding around the outside of the
Hey, now
building.
you did it. It went under the.
It went under the screen.
Why?
It's gone.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it's
Well,
here.
that's
Another one.
21, 22. It's going to be 30 points of damage.
Does that already have?
That's already happened.
Okay. 30 points of lightning damage on the guy in the doorway.
Shield.
Bink. Roshin.
I know I
Alright.
just hit you, but please no.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't nearly as effective as I hoped it was going to be.
Roshin is going to kind of duck her shield up a bit, kind of get a bit more cover and push herself to her feet and brace for a whole bunch of attacks coming in at me.
Attacks of opportunity time. So both dwarves in the doorway are, well, actually, that's the one. The one that's swinging at you is going to take the opportunity. The other one is very busy pounding Trishik into a fine scale paste. But the one that has a good angle on you is going to follow up. That's a villain point. That's a villain point. And as you use your shield there, you saw your shield eat the first blow. Surprisingly, not nearly as damaged as you expected. So he's actually going to bring it around as you like twist the mallet in his hand and bring the flat end of the maul down just for the sheer bulk force that he can crush down on you.
You're getting hydraulic pressed.
I see that.
It went up by 1. 34.
34 is a normal hit.
33 is frightened 1, if that matters.
33 is. Do I still have the
You
AC
are
penalty for
prone,
the prone?
because getting up is what provokes, and then you're up after the attack.
And
of
then it's gone.
opportunity.
Okay, so that's a normal hit. But I will shield block. She'll tuck her knees under the shield and actually support it from all 4 angles to kind of try to soak the hit.
Fetal push.
That's
All right.
Ew.
Uh,
Sounded wrong.
22 points of bludgeoning damage. You did a pretty good job of holding that off.
Okay.
And Hoylet and Chet, Reyes, the hat's particularly jaunty today. I have a coin. Dapper Rat.
and then I'll get up.
Yeah, then you're up.
Don't want to get hit with that again. Unfamiliar. And she'll throw up whirling scars with her quickened action for the day.
Okie dokie. So that means you do it as one action?
That's one action, yeah.
Okay. And with whirling scarves up, Trishik.
Can you AOO if you're flat-footed?
Yes.
Okay.
There's nothing that like stops you from AOing. If
You're taking -2 to it. Well, I guess not if you're
Oh, you
flat-footed.
mean can
if
you
you're prone,
just like can you
but-
attack? Oh, right. What do you?
If I make them flat-footed, can they then AOO?
Yeah, they still AOE.
Okay.
You pass this to Trishik, by the way. They
Well,
would still be able to do that.
Which one just attacked?
The one at full health, the one catty
so
corner from
the one
Roshin. The one that's
currently-
very injured is the one that's very focused on you. He didn't spend his AOE.
Well, I'm gonna deception him to feint him.
Okay. If you just kill him from the floor,
Yeah, but I gotta get him flat-footed first
That's
so
true.
I can sneak attack.
He's frightened.
He's frightened.
Oh, yeah, he
I
is
have
frightened.
that. Everybody's flat-footed.
yeah,
to
he's
me.
dirge.
Oh,
He's
you're
dirgy.
Dread
Yes.
Striker.
Steal your ankles, dude.
He suddenly gets shorter, doesn't know why.
Doesn't know why.
So, this dude's already reeling, and I'm actually gonna go in right for the groin, getting up where the thigh meets the hip, on the inside of his armor,
So
where the plates would come together.
So you're -2 from being prone, and his -2 from being flat-footed are pretty much a wash. So we'll just roll normal at normal.
You guys are really
How are you so bad at this?
It has to be this tower because
the
it doesn't
tower's-
happen over there.
The tower's not up against the ramp, is it?
It doesn't matter.
I
Like, it
don't-
came from an angle that was like,
I don't
I'm
know.
putting it just in the tower
It was about to happen.
and reroll because that is a 4. Purple, you can sit down, and we're gonna go. We're gonna go back to
stealing his
Malachite.
ankle. I'm stealing his groin.
Yeah, we're going back to Malachite.
And Trishik, you're going to hand you that right back. Laropa, Trishik for the GTA Grand Theft Ankles.
Nice.
That was pretty
Well
bad.
played.
That's pretty good.
So
That's
that
pretty
would
good,
be
actually.
a 29, which I'm pretty sure doesn't hit.
29 is not going to hit. No, he's armored enough that you can't get a great angle on him from the ground here.
Well, now that he's distracted, we go for the ankles.
Trying to defend his groin, so now he's still his feet.
So that's actually going to be
a little better.
No, because -4.
Oh yeah.
But it's
Or
still better.
no, that wasn't a 9. That was a 6. So 19,
That's an 8.
31.
31 is still not going to do it.
I was actually contemplating re-rolling it, but What?
Sanity
So as
prevails.
you
well.
lash at him,
one more. Una mas.
You could trip him.
flailing ground lizard technique. Just roll a 20.
Ah.
That is not a 20.
It will be.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Why you guys hurt my soul when you use hero points on third iteratives?
Because
This
it's
is it.
really funny when I put 20s on the table.
Yeah, but you don't do that.
What?
17.
17's a decent number. Does that
So-
make it higher?
Yeah.
A little
Because
bit.
it went from a 12 to a 17, so that would be 2 higher, so it's 33.
One higher, because plus and minus
You're
4.
correct. I'm dumb. So that's
32
32.
will hit him. Fewer one-ups.
So I'm gonna steal this man's ankles real quick. Don't mind me. He's
Well, the
gonna-
flat, the
attachment
frightened
to
doesn't
tie
stack
his
with
shoelaces.
flat-footed. They're the same penalty.
Oh, yeah.
Probably start calling you to
Those are just 5s.
and maybe
They're
a two.
all 5.
You can't just roll. You have to roll. Derv.
Like
They're not
all
just
5.
fives.
There's a 2.
That's the
That's just the 5 upside down.
It is.
It is.
Like
I
my
mean,
brain right
kind
now is
of.
5.
5, 5, 5, 5, upside down 5. So total 29.
29.
Yeah. It's very nice to have met your acquaintance. I don't believe I'll know you for much longer.
At that point, he is now mortally wounded, but that is still not quite enough to bring him down, as he is raising his maul up for another big bonk on the lizard. Just stay down, you damned animal. Marshall.
It's up.
Well, oh, it's my turn. So, I'm going to the one that's trying to take a whack at him.
Right.
I'm gonna like, I body with someone your own size or bigger. I did not intimidate him.
No, but he's very distracted by the lizard that is mauling him to death.
It's okay. Old Slappy's just gonna give him a good old poke.
He's already frightened anyway.
It's not terrible. 34.
That'll do it.
All right, let's see if we can roll better on the damage this time. Because that last poke was just sad.
Wow.
Much better. So that's going to be, let's see, math, 11 plus 17, 28.
So 28 is he's got this thing up almost like a sledgehammer. He's not wielding it like a weapon of war at this point. He has one hand almost up below the head and the other low down the shaft to try and get it through the door frame here. He pulls it up, yells at Drashik, and you just stick your halberd right through him.
Okay.
And that is going to execute the first of the dwarven guards here.
I tried to tell him he wasn't going to be alive for
You
much
have one
longer.
extra.
Oh, he's
You
actually-
can swing at the guy on the other side of the door, but I mean, they got cover anyway, so it doesn't matter. They already have cover for you.
Well, I just kind of just skewer right where he slit him, and then I'm just gonna go immediately turn the blade sideways and go straight for the guy right next to him. -5.
-5.
So that's still a 33.
33 will do it.
Woo!
Cover it all.
Look at this guy go.
That's actually an interesting thing. Just
Oh,
Aw.
that was crap. That was 20.
flat-footed and frightened.
It's still damage though.
Oh, they do stack, actually.
Yeah,
I don't think I would have changed anything yet. Right, and flatfoot's actually a circumstance, so
Yeah,
they do
yeah.
actually stack. But
I rolled a 30 for my second attack.
what was the damage on this guy?
Oh, the second swing, it was bad. It was 20, but it's still damage. That's all that matters.
It would have been one lower. I wasn't counting frightened, not two lower. Rez.
I am going to walk until I can see.
Walk up
Marshall?
next to
Marshall.
Resme, probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna just walk up until I can see Marshall. Marshall, Mr. Marshall, hold on. This might tingle a little bit. And collective transposition to put me behind, one space behind Marshall, and Marshall one space right in front of me. So he's in front of the door, and I'm behind him. He was.
So you want Marshall?
old
Okay,
switcheroo.
wait.
The whole switcheroo.
You gonna trade places?
Yeah, I'm back there. Marshall is.
Flanking.
Right there. Nah, perfect.
Is collective transposition only 2 actions?
Yeah,
Yeah, it should be.
only 2 actions.
Okay. So you walk over, warp him into the door. He's very confused.
Don't let him out.
Okay. And now it is their turn. We have the guy in the doorway here who's getting ready to step out with the maul up to go try and shove Raz and Reze back. And then Marshall kind of appears in front of him. He's like, whoa, what? Hi.
I like this meat shield so much better.
Slap. Big slap.
Biggest slappus.
Biggest slappus is going to be a 38 to hit you.
It does not crit.
But it is going to pull you down to the ground. So your size advantage, you are a fairly large dwarf, but you are a dwarf. And as he knocks Marshall flat in the doorway here, he's going to hit him for, wow, 21 points of bludgeoning damage. He was very caught off guard.
So
He was super not
minus,
ready for that.
I think, what is it? It's 3 plus 7. No, wait. Yeah, so -7, so 14 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Yeah. I had to think
Raging
about-
resistance bludgeoning, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
And then as you are on the ground, just like I did to Trashik before, he's going to look over to Resme, and he's just going to bat Marshall again. Like, almost in a state of confusion. Unaware how this dwarf got here.
That's true.
$42.
I'm going to roll my d20s. Oh, wait, I don't have that on my armor, do I?
No,
Did
we,
we-
we,
No, we did
we
not
did
get the
put it up,
we did not
yeah.
get the fortification rune. You got a shifting rune. That was where you were going to get the fortification rune. You decided on a shifting rune instead.
That's right.
You never got the fortification.
Oh,
You
well,
do
the
that.
rune. You asked for a different rune.
Yeah. We got to the point you're like, you wanted shifting instead. So that's gonna, he's gonna bonk a little bit on that one.
Oh, boy.
As you're on the ground, a prone dwarf in heavy armor is the prime target for a massive crushing maul. And he is going to bring this down very, politely but firmly against the torso of the marshal for 64 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
Whop.
Minus 7.
Bonk.
So that's 57. Okay, so math.
And then we have 2 dwarves still inside. One who has seen Roshin get up, and he sees his friend go down next to him. You're not making this any better for yourselves. You're slaying members of the Guild of Arms. Do you think you're in the right? And pulls it up and goes to dash you back down to the ground. Villain point it. I'm gonna villain point it. And he is pretty spurred from just like kind of scrambling a confused defense to how they get here to pretty much enraged by seeing the man next to him cut down as Trishik stole his ankles and then he got stabbed. And he puts all of that hate behind his blow for a 45 to hit you.
Ooh, a 45. That's crit-tastic, actually.
And
Concealment check.
Oh.
I did the thing.
Concealment first.
You
Oh,
did
no.
the thing.
Good
I
thing
have
you
a
got
villain
those
point.
villain points.
I have 1 villain point. I did the thing. I have
It's destined to happen anytime you make this mistake.
7.
A 7? Not that misty.
I couldn't remember if it was 6 or 7 was the
Six.
cutoff
It's
for
6.
failure.
Doesn't matter. You would have passed either way, but
Oh yeah, it's me.
Yeah, it's
That's
me.
right. So as he gets a big strike here, enraged all his own, smashing Roshin to the ground.
shield block.
He's gonna hit you for 60 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
No matter how high the attack roll, the crit can only be so high.
47.
And knock you back prone. And as he does, he turns to the doorway to Trishik here and just raged a wordless, almost bestial scream in your face to intimidate with a 28 versus your will DC.
I don't believe that
It's
succeeds.
almost not
Yeah.
even as intimidating because he's just so angry you can't even put words together.
Roshin's gonna cough a little bit of blood. Look, you're either insurgents or you're working for the government. You can't go back and forth the way it suits you.
And the third one here is going to step over to the door frame where he can see Trishik.
I'm knocked down again, right?
You are down again, yes.
I
You're
think
both.
that's gonna crease my shield in half, by the way.
I would imagine it probably does. And as I think both of you are laying on the ground on the backside of this door with a rat standing behind them, he just kind of looks up. I get a rat? Where'd we get a rat? Just swinging Trishik to the doorway.
Nimble dodge.
Nimble floor dodge.
He's breakdancing.
Lizard breakdance. It's going to be a 38.
Not a crit.
He bonk. You're already on the ground. He can't make you proner. 21 points of bludgeoning damage. And then he almost does that just like without kind of thinking, just smashes it down. And he's standing kind of working around his fallen comrade here, and he doesn't seem like he's comfortable standing here. You guys are both prone. And he sees the rat back here with a book and a hat and a little horn and no weapons. And he turns back. There's a rat wizard. There's a rat wizard. I'll get him. And moves up towards Raz.
So he's like gonna push past us.
He's gonna try and push past you as you're both on the ground.
Well,
Can I like kick him away from?
It's versus your reflex DC, I think.
But-
Acrobatics versus your reflex DC, I believe. He's gonna be trying
if
to
he's
walk
trying to get by
over
without,
you.
If he's trying to roll
AOS.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to be. He's not good at it. It was a good roll, but he's not great at it. 32,
Maybe it's frightened one.
31.
31. I don't get my bulwark for this. I'm assuming.
Probably not. No.
Probably not. No. Okay, so I'm at 27. So he can
Oh.
get past me.
So he is going to step over Roshin and end up the bottom one in the door frame. Is step over Roshin in front of Raz.
But
Up
that
one.
doesn't protect him from me.
No.
So I get to AOO him, right?
You have AOO.
You have AOO.
I'm thinking first edition because I was just.
I was like, since when do you have attack of opportunity?
No,
like,
I-
he wouldn't have done anything different, but like, this is news.
No, I'm
That's
just-
the first time that's ever actually come out.
That's
First
pretty.
edition's on my mind.
And that will bring us to resume. That is the 3 dwarves that are still remaining. Which I guess I'll just go ahead and put all 3 of them on here as their own thing now. I had them in 2 and 3.
Resme will lock eyes right as he's stepping over Roshin to go target Raz, and an image will appear in his head of the commander seeing what he's done and coming toward him with revenge and hatred and shame in his eyes to cut him down. Phantasmal Killer.
Oof.
You boss gonna be so
It's okay,
mad.
I have a villain point. It's okay.
Give me that hot will save.
He's a frightened one.
He is frightened one. That's not great. 28.
That is going to be
It's not
a
gonna
failure.
critically fail, probably.
It is not going to critically
Gonna
fail, but it
regularly-
is going to fail.
He's gonna have a bad
It's
time.
still gonna hurt.
He's not gonna feel good about this.
He is not. So he's going to take 8d6, and he is now frightened 2.
So he is super spooked now. He's double spook.
Spooky.
From the makers of Spooked. Double spooked.
Double the spook and half the time.
I ask you to time stuff away from the rat.
Ooh.
Well, that's good. 11, 13, 16, 18,
Name it down a little bit. It went up a little too high when we moved the camera up. Like a little.
That's
there
going to
you
be
go.
a
Good.
27 mental damage.
This guy is unhurt at the moment. This is a new lad.
And as she locks eyes with him, he'll hear in his head, "If you hurt my friend, you are doomed to eternity."
You intimidate him? Ooh. He's already frightened too. You can't really intimidate him.
Don't really want to.
Oh.
That's shield.
Oh.
That's just the end of the
Oh, that's
Phantasmal
the
Killer.
Oh, fair enough. And you see him as he walks over, coming to you, kind of picking his way over Oshin. His shield is folded around her arm and kind of like stuck in her breastplate from the force of the blow. And he kind of scrunches his face and pulls his mallet. He is the right wizard! Yes!
He's a big old grin on his face.
Roshin.
He's going after my rat wizard.
He's going after your rat wizard.
Going after my rat wizard.
Rat.
But he's a scarred.
He's very scared.
He is very scarred. Let's see here. So there's 2. Soaking 2 AOOs isn't really something I want to do.
Are you sure? All the cool kids are doing it.
All the cool kids are
I mean, I'm
soaking
gonna do
2 AOOs. So first off, Kothinch and Glyphs are gonna pop up around her as she casts a shield spell.
You win this time, verbal only.
Yeah, thank you. And actually,
Magic Shield's pretty chonky at this point, isn't
Yeah.
it?
it's
it
pretty
is.
chunky. I think I can break it for 20 points of damage reduction.
I guess pretty girthy.
I think actually. Yeah, fortitude save's not a good idea. I'm just not gonna try it. All right. Yeah,
You can
might.
try.
Maybe. don't
Maybe.
know.
Anything
always
can
roll
happen.
one.
I got them to fail a fortitude save.
That's true. He failed. This fight started with them failing a fortitude save.
Just
It's
roll
true.
ones, forehead.
Things can happen. All right. So, just where do you think you're going? And we'll go and Raz's about to get squished. All right. My shield is broken, so she's gonna, her now free hand, open as it is, she's gonna reach out, grab this dwarf by his ankles, and just yank to try to knock him
Just
to the
stealing
ground.
ankles. Trip him. All right. Give me your athletics.
I'm gonna go and spend this here hero point because she really doesn't want Raz to get hit with a maul that is literally the size of his entire body.
Probably would be a bad time for everyone involved.
It's bigger.
It went
It's a little
up.
bigger. It's a little bigger. He's frightened. It might work.
He's frightened too.
He's frightened too. It's a 27.
27. Not gonna do it.
Ah.
I know no fears.
And then she's
Believe,
gonna
little rat.
I believe.
she's gonna just try to stab up at him with the sword.
All right.
Right in the butt cheek.
That's probably not gonna do it. -5 is 27.
Yeah, it's not gonna find anything. Trishik though.
Disarm's an athletics check, right?
Disarm is an athletics check, and you have to critically succeed to do the thing that you want to do.
So if I stand up, the guy on the other side of this wall can still hit me, right?
You have cover, but yes.
And if I attempt to disarm from the floor, it's a -2.
Yes.
Why not?
Which flavor of why not?
Why not disarm him before he can take a swing at Raz?
Easy.
It's easy. Just roll 20s, forehead. So I'm going to attempt to disarm him.
That's not bad.
That's an 18 plus my athletics, which is a 20, so that's a 36.
36 will regular succeed. So as you kind of lash up at his weapon, he loses a bit of grip on it. You get a good pull. He's still got it, but not as firmly as he had.
Well, I'm just gonna rip into the back of his calves. Armor's on the front, not
What are you-
armored in the back.
I feel like there's a great miscommunication about what armor is.
That's how lizard armor.
Not
is.
against magic claws.
No, he's grieving you.
Yeah.
Greaves actually tend to be open at the back. That's how you get them on.
I suppose.
You,
But this is
tougher ones,
dwarven armor.
Yeah, tougher ones will hinge and close.
Dwarven armor is like a giant manacle. Yeah.
No, it's a
So-
dwarfical.
First attack is a 32.
So it's -4 because it is your.
Yeah.
Okay.
19 plus 13.
32 will hit. Is that with your prone penalty, or are we watching that still?
That's not. So that would be a 30 against him.
30 against his. I was just curious if we're still a watch because he's
Yeah.
flat-footed because he's frightened. So that'll hit. This is the guy in the doorway, not the one in front of Raz.
The one in front of Raz.
The one in front of Raz. Okay, the one who will step past you.
Because he's the one who's currently a problem for someone else.
Look at this. Trishik is a selfless lizard.
He is selfless. My hero.
17. Pretty bad roll there.
Is that what your sneak attack too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
3
Yeah.
ones.
Unfortunate.
I mean, considering
make
how
up
you
all
were
the
rolling
lives.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got
Yeah, he got some stuff to catch up on.
balance in the universe.
And
I mean, I have my
will,
bad rolls too. Like today.
Attempt to hit him again. I want to make him look away from Raz.
Floor lizard is just going nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
18.
33.
33 will hit him.
I swear I'm good at math.
Floor lizard's in there. Don't need to stand up. Just roll better.
So,
That's not terrible.
no, that's a little better. 11, 12, 13, 14, 21.
This is Gecko-Roman wrestling.
heh.
All right, and you're getting some good. You're ripping at him a bit, but you're not really getting any big, solid hits. These are just little. Like you're drawing some blood through his armor, but it's not much. He's very heavily armored. You're just kind of you're probably getting his attention,
That's all I'm trying to
but it's
do.
not doing a ton of meaningful damage to him. Edaware, Florida man found stockpiling dangerous villain points. Claims used for self-defense against meddling kids. Let me back up to 2 here. You love to see it.
I hate this stupid dog.
Marshall.
Well,
Prone team. Oh, would you also like a prone card? Do you want to feel
No.
like the cool kids?
it's not going to be long.
I'm actually out. No, I have one more. You can have a prone card too. Part of the front line's job is to lay on the ground and take up space in this fight.
Well, at this
doesn't
point,
seem to teleport 'em.
I'm going to do. I see what they're doing. I'm like, you know what? That sounds like a good idea. I'm going to grab him by the ankles and trip him.
Okay.
Because I is strong boy.
Hey.
So that's a 14 plus a 23. So that's a 37. And I have Juggernaut. No, wait, that's.
That's
fortitude, I'm
before it saves. 37 is absolutely going to pull the man the doorway to the ground.
Yoink.
Yeah.
We are just playing. It's just floor party.
All fights go
then-
to the ground.
I'm pretty sure.
It's just like an actual fight. Everybody ends up on the floor.
I'm pretty sure he's still going to be able to hit me, but I'm going to get up.
And he is. I mean, he's going to have a -2 because he's prone.
Yeah.
And a -1 because he's frightened. And what do you want to read on those prone cards and tell me if it's a status or a circumstance?
Circumstance.
Okay, that is. I thought that one. I thought that one was. So he will take a swing at you. He's got a -3 here. Trade places. Nat 1. Is it kind of hard to swing a giant war maul while you're
I'm
being
just getting.
toppled?
As I'm
So-
getting up, I'm just like. Turn old Slappy around and just go for a.
For a booping.
Yeah, -5.
You know what? I'm just gonna regrip that very firmly.
Stab more gooder. A bunch of heavily armored dwarves just rolling around on the floor.
They're like turtles.
It's like a dwarf fight.
It's like turtles.
It's almost
Better, but not great.
The turtle
so
fight.
I doubt a 27 is going to do anything about that.
27 will not. No, even through the flat-footed and the
Alright, fine.
frightened. Raz.
Man, I'm doing terrible.
All right, so I look behind me. Everything's dark back there.
Everything is dark back there.
Shoot.
You can see still from Oshin's light. You can see exactly what's illuminated. It's like a
Yeah.
series of successive slices from the light.
It is very confusing. I'm gonna take a step backwards. I don't want you here. I'm gonna collective transposition him.
Was it a fort save or a will save?
It is. It's probably a port.
I know you do it to enemies. It's a save of some kind.
It is a will save. And I can't see any of the cells except for the one with the lady in it.
You can see the cells are to either side of you, but it is like pitch dark. The lady's in a cell right next to you. You can see the corner of Marshall's cell on the other
And
side.
It's pitch dark, so low light doesn't let me see anything either.
No, there's no light at all.
Alrighty then. I'm just gonna collective transposition him back in front of Roshin. Actually,
Back outside.
yeah, that's it. Six. That
Okie dokie.
first
Will
thought.
Right back out there.
save of the will. 34.
34. That's with the frightened 2.
33 because he's frightened 2.
Yeah.
Forgot he had the 2.
He succeeds. So he's unaffected. I just look at him. I'm gonna ask you to not,
So in the doorway,
please.
we have the slap fight. The front door guard has been taken down, and then Marshall's kind of stabbed at him. Kind of spins his, plants the head of his maul on the ground, kind of rolls over that to push himself up. And that's an attack of opportunity. Now you get to bonk this man.
Or stab.
Stab.
Definitely
right?
stab.
Big stabber.
35.
35 will hit.
Old Slappy says no. Actually, I'm just gonna pancake him. Why not?
He's the flat part of the slappy.
That's actually pretty good. 15 plus 17, so that's 32.
Pretty good slap. He gets a big slap while he's getting up. But as he gets up to his feet, he has that maul on the ground, and he brings it swinging around with both hands. Almost a big, upward stroke. So again, just slapping the mass up towards your chest. And
I would
he
kind of brace myself here.
frightened Uno. It's going to be 36.
It does not crit.
And as that catches you, the impact's almost going to lift you up a moment before it drops you back on your back.
Battle with the turtles.
Battle of the Turtles. Yeah.
And you suck.
That went nowhere you wanted it.
Now I hit the tower. I don't want to pitch it, but there's so much crap on the way on the table. He is going to give you, wow, high attack, low damage. This is how we roll it here.
That's what I like
This
to
is
see.
20 points of bludgeoning damage. I think we got a record
So,
low
13.
on that one. 13 points of bludgeoning damage as he dashes you back to the ground. Inside, there is the one who is next to Roshin, who is almost bewildered by the fact that you are still conscious. Looking on the ground in almost disbelief as he just continues with this maul just pounding down at you while you have this now magical shield in front of you. How many bloody shields could you possibly have?
All of them.
Live one day.
Well, I have one left.
42.
42, not a crit.
Not a crit, but we
Thank you,
like to
shield
see.
spell.
Shield spell doing the business there. Shield spell and the frightened one coming together, high-fiving to make
love
that
it.
not a crit.
I love it.
31 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And he's gonna
She's looking a bit more bloody.
do it again. For 32.
32. Actually, it's going to hit, and the runes are going to come together and just force it away.
And he's just going. Third wild swing of the maul here. 32. It was 5 higher than D20.
Woof.
Banging away. And
That
then,
shield spell is working it.
friend of
So glad I
Raz.
didn't break it.
I just realized something. Oh well.
is going to step forward with this maul up to Rez, kind of shaking his head like he's trying to forget something. But he steps up to you, stepping up, raising the maul before he doesn't even bring it all the way overhead, just kind of at the shoulder level and just dashes it down sideways, almost like short hafting it at your tiny little rat body.
So, he is
Fighting 2.
and enfeebled, and he has a disarm penalty.
Wait, why is he enfeebled? Disarm penalty ends at the start of his turn.
Because I hit him.
Start of his turn ends the disarm penalty.
Okay. He's still enfeebled.
Enfeebled what? 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Enfeebled doesn't stack with frightened. Those are definitely both status.
But it does lower his damage.
It does lower his damage. That's true. Frightened doesn't apply to damage. So he's frightened the dose, which means that's only going to be a 38 to hit you.
He hits.
But he does not crit.
Does not.
That's what matters.
He is going to knock the tiny rat very much to the ground and do 1 less damage
You
doing
just hear a
it
squeaky toy.
because he's enfeebled 1. $37
Cool.
points of bludgeoning damage, and also knocking Raz prone, joining Team Prone team
I deny.
as we turn back around to Resme. Literally everyone is on the ground except Resme.
Could you make a concealment check for the time he hit me?
19.
Okay, yeah. That's fine.
Get that on out of
You did roll out of my face. Resme.
Not about the thing I have in my bag, but I didn't apply it, so.
A shadow
I'm kicking myself.
a shadow will kind of go over Resme's face like she's about to do something she seriously regrets.
Oh, boy.
fireball the room.
But she
They're
will
prone.
look
They already dropped, hit the ground. They'll be fine.
she will look at the dwarf in front of Raz and yell out, Tempora speculatora revisione, and I will use disintegrate on him.
Ooh.
Jeez.
I'm about to commit a war
I think you
crime.
gotta hit him first.
I do,
step
but
one.
I am also going to supplement that with True Strike.
Huh.
Ouch.
Okay.
I heard you want to
So-
laser guide your laser.
So you get to roll twice and to take the better of these two.
Kind of take one finger as being the laser.
The man
guy,
is
the other-
back up to frightened 1
Trust in the Malachite.
because he had a turn. But we are good. It is war crimes o'clock, my dudes. I mean, I guess
14
That's pretty
or-
good.
no different than any other
You just roll
flavor.
two
You might as well
together.
roll again because if you get a 20, then like you do that, yeah.
14 to 17.
I will take the 17, and that
trust
is
the
going to
Malachite.
be a 38.
It definitely hits.
Smart laser.
Zap.
Does he also get a fort save? And I don't remember if disintegrate double dips.
I think he does.
I think he does, yeah. Give me a minute. I'm pulling it. This is the first time I've ever used it on a person.
Save to
The first time that's true. The first time I ever used it to delete a door.
he gets a save to hold his atoms together.
It's been super knocked
He needs
so
a fort
far.
save. Yeah.
Okay, fort save.
Isn't he frightened still?
Still
Frightened
is.
1. That's okay.
I
Villain
really
point.
hope this dude doesn't fail.
That was a nat 1.
his
So
own safety.
villain point. Obviously, he hits this. Or this hits him as he's looking away. He's already like he's kind of shaken. He's beating this rat to the ground, and his green laser kind of hits him. The armor does really nothing of value. And he tries to resist it to the best of his ability.
Did you 1 into 1?
No,
Into 2?
no.
20.
How bad?
28.
Oh,
one,
that's a fail.
1 to 4
Ooh.
was the villain
That
point.
is a failure. He is gonna take 12 d10 damage.
That could be 12. That could not even be bad. It could just be 12.
If you need some D10s.
Thanks. Resume looks nauseated. She actually kind of almost looks like she might
It's actually
throw
a
up.
27 with frightened 1. I don't think that matters.
It
but-
doesn't. I need more d10s.
But you had to get like a 22 to critically fail.
You just go and just roll 6 and double it.
Yeah, I need one more for roll 6.
Yeah, just
and
roll
double
6
it.
of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually. We're getting to the point again where we can't really roll all of the dice.
So
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And what's the red one?
that's
a 1.
8, a 1, and a 3.
Okay, thanks. So,
And then that's a 10.
okay, so 18, 19, 25, 29, 32, 64.
64 points of disintegrate damage. That is going to blast, fizzling a hole to the back of his armor where the steel of his plate just turns to ash that releases almost in a cloud, like slapping a bag of flour. Along with that, the layer of the shirt he had underneath, and at least a decent amount of the dwarf that was inside of that.
Resme will turn to the side and actually vomit.
He is stumbling, but there's a lot of dwarf there, and you hit him pretty square, but perhaps out of this empathy or this sense of right, didn't put the entire disintegrate blaster into him, as he still exists and is there, but it has vaporized a chunk of the back of the dwarf. Rasheen.
Okay.
That was the one in front of Raz.
Ruining a perfectly good meal.
You can control Z stuff.
All right. Here goes. So step 1, shield spell. Let's keep that up. I'm gonna need that. Step 2 is Raz is gonna get pancaked. Her eye's gonna flare red. Dive Lenoir cast out a debilitating dichotomy.
He's gonna get pancaked. You're gonna get pancaked.
Bring it.
By this guy on the other side of the door right now. He's gonna swing down the 45.
That's a critical hit.
How far?
That shield spell's gonna explode.
Yeah, distracted by the plight.
Concealment.
Concealment.
Roll concealment. This is the time to get a 1. Do it.
It's cocked. That's a 20.
Oh, yeah.
For that
You know
I mean,
what?
it's eating 19s and 20s. So, like, if you subscribe to that particular flavor of the gambler's fallacy, then it's doing a good job of tanking all on its own. But it's going to do 56 points of bludgeoning damage.
Break that shield, and I'm still up.
It's going to shatter through your shield, leaving you largely defenseless but conscious. But it's going to disrupt your spell.
Okay, I'm out of actions.
Oh, you cast the shield first, right?
Which is why I'm not down.
As he beats the debilitating dichotomy out of you.
Yep.
As he smashes through this magical shield. And Trishik, the only guy in range of you does not have an AOO.
I'm gonna stand up.
Whoop!
I soaked it. Go get it.
You know what we call Rasheen? Conscious.
Yup.
Up on my toes, and can I step over into here?
To the doorway?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can step to the doorway.
Well, then I'll step over into here,
That's right.
and
Middle of town.
I'm gonna lunge at the dude who's been beating on Roshin.
All right. I think it's their last round of being frightened. It ends when it comes around to you.
So,
but they are still frightened for now.
Numero uno, skirmish strike,
Ah.
and a strike.
Step to the door, give him a poke. This is probably the healthiest dude in the room.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Well, that's changed really quick. Like,
So remember what I said earlier about sometimes you put the dice down and they just spin across the thing and stay on one face.
well, it's beautiful to watch it just spin on a 20,
Well,
though,
that's why
right?
it's a dice tower, because it tumbles inside the dice
It's
tower.
really nice to watch it do that onto a 20. That makes me happy. So this man is gonna feel some aching in his bones. So 6, 12, 14, 21, 42.
All right.
And then we're gonna do it again.
Like we did last
Grab
summer.
another 20 on the table.
So that would be 8. I guess I didn't even see what. So
That's a 16.
Yeah, that's a 16.
12.
So
Probably, I'm sure it hits him again. He's
34.
still flat-footed and frightened. Like, that definitely hits him again.
Hit him again.
I'm not worried about hitting it again. I wasn't sure what the outcome was going to be. There we go.
Oh, that's nice.
So
Well, actually,
No, it's
17,
even.
18, 25, And because he's standing there and he's a nuisance to my existence, I'm going to hit him again.
You stood up.
Yes, you did.
I did.
You stood up, yeah.
Marshall.
Well, that kind of messes up what I was going to do next, but that's okay. I'll just do the same old tactic. I'm going to go ahead and trip the guy, that's been whacking on me.
Keep doing the thing.
I'm pretty sure he's tripped because that's a 38.
Yeah.
Or no,
Yep.
I'm sorry, that's a 40-something.
40-something? He not only does he trip, that critically succeeds, which means additionally, he takes D6 bludgeoning damage.
No.
Whap.
Jump back.
He lands particularly.
Give that man a 6.
Yeah, he does not lay. He
4.
kind of lands on his neck and cricked a little bit.
It's a 4. That's still decent.
This man's gonna need a chiropractor.
Damage he didn't have on him before.
And then upon that notion, I just kind of used the momentum to help myself back up.
As you stand up, he's gonna swing at you too. This is kind of how this goes. You each just get an attack of opportunity when the other person stands up. And he's got -2 for being prone, -3 because he's frightened.
It's alright, we're about to get a lot of heal.
35.
I mean, it'll hit, unfortunately.
Bonk.
But you get the stand.
Yeah,
But
but
I
you're
get
up
the stand.
though. You are gonna take 28 points of bludgeoning damage. So 21.
7, 21. Yep. Okay, let me just...
You're just slapping each other. It's a dwarven slapping contest outside.
Pretty much. All right, and now I'm just gonna give him a generous poke in the face. No, I'm not. Apparently,
Hey, okay. We got one action left.
that was my trip stand.
Oh, you tripped him, right? Raz. Rats in Pronistan.
I understand.
But he's also prone to somebody else.
I'm going to stand up on all fours. Push myself up. Do it. Hit me, you nerd.
Oh, it's.
Hit me. Do it.
Wow.
You won't.
I want a villain point. It's so bad. I'm sure it hits you, but I want a villain point. It's
Do
so
it.
bad.
You won't. Coward.
30.
I rerolled a 13, and you're telling me that you won't reroll?
Oh no, he did it. Look at that face.
Yeah, to a 1.
2 and 2! They baited me! No!
Well played, sir.
Faded.
Well played.
The bait and stitch.
If you
29.
if you
don't
know
hit.
you got it, you should
29
never
while you're
I'm on all
flat-footed.
fours. Oh, flat-footed. Yeah, it hit. It does hit against my flat-footed. Gotta forget, I'm flat-footed. 28.
Prone rat.
Did he?
Stupid
What's your
idiot.
AC?
30.
Oh, yeah, we'll take 33 points of bludgeoning damage.
32.
30.
Oh.
Enfeebled one.
Enfeebled?
Enfeebled. 32 points of bludgeoning damage. That's the enfeebled guy.
Cool, there you go. And now that I'm on all fours and ready to go fast, I take off.
Where?
Back into that room, and then I just go down as far as I can until I hit a wall.
You can see with the Rashine's light. I'm sure you can.
I go all the way in, then I go all the way
Oh, you just into the darkness. He just
Into the
takes off
darkness.
south, scampers through. It turns into difficult terrain, but you have so much move speed that I'm sure you can
yeah.
work your way all the way down to the corner with no actual idea of where you are.
yeah, until I hit a wall.
He's rattled.
Because you have
35
there
movement
yet.
speed, he's supposed to
Oh boy.
It's gone.
Guy in the door is gonna stand up. Frightened is gone. But he's regular flanked by Marshall, so it's
35.
actually worse now. That hits.
I just go pancake mode and go, no!
You guys are just beating each other. Since this is actually, you ever seen the slapping contests?
Yep.
This is just those slapping
yeah.
contests between Marshall and this
Three
other guy in the
Stooges.
door.
25.
Bro, Harry.
25. This
And
is
Burley.
the doorman, who is this guy.
To tell the truth, I think Roshin feels like Curly right now.
And as he stands back up with his maul and takes that hit, I can do this for longer than you can, and pulls it back and swings at Marshall.
I don't think so.
Completely seemingly unaware of the lizard behind him.
I mean, he and I haven't interacted yet. I'm pretty much ignoring his existence.
He's
too.
not frightened anymore. I don't have to do subtraction. That's just 44.
That does crit, unfortunately.
Sit back down. Sit on the ground.
The good news is
Think
he
about
can't
what you
critically
did.
succeed at knocking you prone, so you're not going to take a d6 of damage.
I mean,
Yeah, always
you are
look on
you
the
are right.
side
You're
of
not wrong,
life.
but let me read you a passage.
Oh boy.
From the good book.
If the strike hits,
I mean, I would.
they
like to
also
live
apply
up
the
to
critical
say it.
success effects of a trip. It's always been a critically successful trip. That's why it's not super noticeable, but
That's
the
his
knockdown
secret.
hits.
It's always a critical.
The knockdown hits have more damage. So, while you're technically correct because he's not rolling it, it is automatically a crit. What am I cracking over here? This is kind of a saucy roll.
I wish I was playing a fighter because I'd be doing the same thing that you've been doing.
70 points of bludgeoning damage.
So 63.
63 points of bludgeoning
Not
damage.
even close.
That hurts really good.
Conscious.
I'm conscious. Yes.
So the other dwarf has been swinging at Roshin. Sees this lizard come up, and he is going to, with his maul, as you come up and slash him and hit him, he's going to turn and just push back at you, like you're using it flat, using the half of this like he's checking you in a hockey game, and trying to just shove you back into the desk in the back corner of this room. He's going to push with a 43 versus your fort DC.
I mean, that's a critical success.
He's going to push you all the way back down to the corner of the room into the darkness. You got your goggles of night on, so you just get pushed back into the place where there's no color. And then he's going to turn back to Roshin and continue mining. But he does have a -5 now.
Yay. And I'm prone and I have no shield. This will be
40.
fun. 40. Concealment, please.
I don't have any villain points. It's not the time. I haven't failed one
You
yet.
might fail it. I don't know.
haven't
We'll
failed
find
one
out.
It was bound to happen.
I don't have any villain points. Slams his mallet soundly in the ground right next to Roshin.
Just out of curiosity, was it a 5?
It was a nat 1, actually.
Not one. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. We like nat ones.
We didn't get the changeling value, but
Yeah, it's,
the 2 die. And then I'll roll the concealment check for the third one first. 19.
all right.
Should have started with the hit roll, but that's okay. And then the -10 to hit you. 31.
31 just hits me. Prone with no shield spell.
He's in there. He's not frightened anymore.
Why not? Oh, because Raz
it
left.
wore
Raz
off.
left,
It was
yeah.
3 rounds for lingering performance, and
Yeah.
that was round 3. Was last time we went around.
Do you roll higher than a 10?
I
on the
can't
damage?
not.
You can't not?
No.
Okay, so I'm down.
The plus modifier
You
is
didn't
higher
go
than
down
that.
to a crit.
I didn't.
True, he didn't go down to a crit. But as a one final swing here, it crunches Roshin into the ground after she's been beating away at her breastplate. She is kind of cratered in the floor here and finally just kind of stops moving. He takes one hand off the maul and turns to Shishi. Ha! Now I'll come for you! The third one, seeing Raz retreat into the corner. Get back here, you rat wizard! Now get away from me!
Tramp.
He's not fast. It actually takes him 2 full move actions to get to Rez. But as he comes in and looks and sees where you are, he comes into the room, and you see him kind of in the light and then silhouetted against the light as this dwarven frame runs at you. It's like, ha, ha, and just kind of slams as he's running forward. It's a lot less momentum than they've been able to put behind their slams so far, because it's not like the running start does anything for him. He is very slow. But that's going to be... This one's still frightened 1 because he had 2. No, it actually went down the same with everyone else, so it would be on gun now as well. So he's at full. He's still enfeebled, so it is -1. So 40.
Bonk.
Oh my god.
Is that a crit?
Yeah.
But it's not the knockdown swing because he didn't have actions for that. It's just a regular bonk. It's going to be 52 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm going to skin to landing safeguard myself.
What does that do?
The reaction spell DR10.
42 points of damage as a spray of weird colors shows up in front of him. Does it produce light?
Sure.
Probably briefly.
Probably for
Because it's interesting if it doesn't, because it's like a multicolored shield, right?
Yeah.
And he's looking in
Right.
dark vision, he can't see color. So it's just like a pane of glass. He has no idea how pretty it is. But it does not knock you prone. Resume.
Resume cannot see where Raz went.
No, Raz and this guard also disappeared deeper into the secret prison.
However, she does see that Roshin is down.
So at this point, as you're out in the street here, you and Marshall, I almost said Marshmallow. You and Marshmallow.
That is his new name. Thank you.
You and
Thanks a
Marshall
lot.
are out here in the outside the doorway, clearly fighting. You're in the barricade district, which is kind of outside of town. It's not very heavily patrolled. But at this point, some people in the distance would have started to notice that there was a fight happening. There's nobody nearby. There's not like a lot of trade and traffic going through here. But some people would have caught attention of this. And some would have started going towards the Guild of Arms. One maybe back towards the city proper. But you have been noticed at this point.
I have bigger problems right now. So she is going to grab out a wand and cast Helum Angelum and put her level 7 healing wand onto Roshin and get her the heck back up.
So as you roll that, Raz, that was a hero point in there I didn't see. Raz for the bait and switch. That was a hero point.
I turned a villain point into a hero point.
I hate you. 7th level heal. Big wand energy.
That's 34 plus 56 is 90.
Cool. I'll take it. I have 90 now.
Your health has gone from 0 to 90. You know, I really do appreciate that there's not negative health anymore. I feel like that just makes the game a little better. It just kind of smooths stuff down, right?
Protect him! And she'll throw up a shield.
Roshin, you pass out for a moment, but wake up and see the dwarf is turned away from you and pointing towards someone around the corner. You vaguely remember Chashik showing up, but
Right.
Get up, honey, get up!
Let's get this out of the way. She'll kind of crawl and draw herself up to her feet.
and he kind of like double takes as you're getting up. Are you bloody kidding me? Bam! 34.
Normal hit.
Knock, knock.
28 points of bludgeoning damage.
28 points of bludgeoning damage, and as the maul comes down, it'll kind of crunch into her pauldron, dislocating the shoulder a little bit briefly, and she's just gonna grin savagely at him, dive Lenoir, and blast him in the face since he's used his attack of opportunity.
What even are you?
We'll save.
My best friend!
Just
Girl power.
39.
39 is a normal success, so he will take half. I need to roll against it for myself. And I think that's a fail, which means it goes to a success, so I also
You
take
both take half.
Yeah.
The story of
Most of
debilitating
what-
dichotomy. I hit myself in the face just as hard as I hit that guy.
But I hit really hard in both situations.
It does hit really hard.
So I'll roll this and double it.
You both succeeded, right?
Yeah. Well, I failed my own will save, but I get 1 degree of success.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, so it's a half, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, so I guess I'll just roll this.
Yeah. It's a lot more dice than I thought it was. I always forget just how many freaking dice come out of this spell.
It's money. Let's see, 20, 25, 29 mental.
Okie dokie. And as he kind of staggers a bit from that, one hand still off his maul up to his head. Chic. It's time for fast healing to do fast healing stuff.
Yeah, I think I'll need it.
Well,
You're not dealing with it.
he pushed me away. And I think I'm going to disappear and reappear behind him with the cloak of the Mountebank.
I mean, it works.
Oh,
Oh,
concealment for the hit on you.
Oh. I'll remember it someday.
You want to flank?
20.
Man.
Did you want to flank him or did you want?
I'm rolling insane fire in this fight.
So I'm now flanking him. and I'm completely concealed.
Yep, puff of smoke, which
As
means...
claws reach out from the smoke to grab around his head and attempt to pull him back in.
What are you, Gengar? Like,
So we're going to melee attack
20.
20 as the claws wrap around his throat and his face.
There's a
ripping
lot of
into
crits
him.
in this.
Our
both
lizard
ways.
is also on
Look at
fire.
do that highlight again. It's like the dwarf from the
critical-
dock.
The dwarf.
Yeah, it's been like...
Whenever we
real-
fight
crits in
dwarves,
his
this
fight.
happens.
Dwarven Triad members are just crit magnets. They're not
50.
Triad. He's still standing,
Barely.
but really not by much.
And I have concealment, but that is the end of my turn.
Okay. Marshall. You see, the guy in front of you is still relatively sturdy.
Yeah.
But behind him, the one that's fighting Rasheen and Trishik is much more desperately injured. You have actually have a halberd. You could swing it either freely, but it is your turn. You are prone again.
Well, honestly, I'm not really in a condition to risk getting hit too much more. But could I just like roll on the ground like 5-foot step without
It
provoking?
still provokes. There's a feat that lets you move on the ground without provoking, but that's like the point of prone is you can't really do anything movement wise without provoking.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I am going to renew vigor, so I'm gonna psych myself up and give myself 10 more temporary hit points because I'm gonna need them. And then I'm gonna take a swing at my halberd at the one that Trishik just, wrecked a little bit.
-2 for being prone.
That's a
Does
2 on the dice.
absolutely nothing.
Poke. This fight's been a drain. I'm out of villain points. Everyone's out of hero points. Like,
We're just flailing at each other now.
Kados is... I lied to you. Red
You know
is a
what?
full stack, but...
I'm going to
He doesn't
use
roll
my
dice.
last action to trip the guy that's been bonking on me,
All
which
right.
is a -5.
7.
Seven.
That's 2 for being prone and 5 for your second attack.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, you take the minus on. I guess
It's an attack.
isn't
It's an
it?
attack.
An attack.
Yeah, it
That's
doesn't
a
matter.
20 total.
Cool. I'm gonna sit here and do nothing.
You got 10 temporary hit points back.
You get 10 temporary hit points back. Raz in the corner in the darkness.
All right, so can I use his silhouette against the beam of light behind him to judge my position, the 5-foot step, and 5-foot step, and then take off running?
So he's in front of you.
Is he directly in front of me?
He's
or is he-
directly in front of you. You came around following you. So you'd need it 2
5
steps. Just
You can 2
you
steps.
can
then
2 step
40
out.
minutes.
Yeah, and then
Two
run
steps,
around.
and then, yeah. So
Yeah, you can do that.
2 5-foot steps diagonal, then
Hop,
35
hop,
feet
hop.
towards
Woo!
Rasheen.
So you can
Hoppity,
actually 5-foot step,
hoppity.
step
And then
around behind
35
him.
feet all the way to Rasheen.
All right,
Hippity
and then
hoppity.
5, 15, 20,
Get
25,
off my
30. You can get
property.
actually kitty
To
corner
Rasheen.
from Rasheen. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can get right up the diagonal from her. This is Raz just sprints out of the room.
I should
Raz
be-
is just playing tag. You should get right up. Yeah, right up
yeah,
the door
yeah,
behind
it
her.
should be right up to her.
Rasheen!
Why did you come back? You could have kept running away.
There's nowhere to run to. And then this dwarf here is stranded for a moment,
Not look good.
and nobody looks good. The dwarves are all injured. You guys are all injured. Razmaid's fine, but
Yeah.
as he is gonna take his swing at Rasheen, still laying on the ground.
I got up.
You got up, so regular concealment check first.
He's not afraid of the Gengar behind him.
He is really upset that Rasheen is still conscious. This is a personal
He's done
insult.
nothing but hit me the whole
He has
fight.
hit you for like 5 straight rounds, and you are somehow still alive. He's not okay with this.
Tank.
Concealment. 5.
The value.
Miss child! Miss child, the second time! It's done it!
You did it.
Okay, second concealment.
5.
3.
Even
Wow. Money.
And as he
Hates life.
he doesn't understand why a revenant is standing up next to him and why Torag has sent this demon to haunt him. But he's gonna just swing the maul wide around at whatever is behind him. Concealment 16.
He's gonna take a -2 circumstance penalty to this attack because the scarves wrap around your melee weapon and make
Wait,
it harder to hit.
seriously?
Yeah, it's never come up before, but
What?
And he's enfeebled.
What?
Yeah.
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 You know why?
It's a minus-
Because fashion
Oh my
is
God.
dangerous.
Okay. So he has a -2. He passes concealment. He has a -10 with his third attack, so a -12,
-13 because he's enfeebled.
-13.
And I'm gonna nimble dodge for a +2.
Well, he
He's hitting
rolled an
me.
11, so no, it's just a Trishik. He will
oh,
plug
yeah,
around
oh,
the
he's,
Gengar.
he's like,
He's gonna roll. It's gonna be a 26.
No, I didn't even need to nimble.
This man has no idea what's happening anymore. He is concerned. Dwarf the third is gonna come stampeding out from the back, still running after the rat wizard, still very upset about the concept of Rez being alive, and running after him is just gonna take another just swiping sling towards the rat. $31.
You hit.
And finally, bash Raz against the walls. He catches up, and your rat kind of crumples to the ground.
Rip.
And that was 2 moves in a swing, because he has to take 2 move actions for 1 of yours. A good action economy. You tanked that guy for way longer than you should have. And the one in the doorway, who is still standing, he is up at the moment. Marshall is up. Everyone is up.
I'm not up. I'm down.
Oh, you didn't stand back up, right? You're still down.
Yeah, because I failed hard.
How do you look?
I'm bad. I mean, I'm pretty bloody.
Because he would like the door stopper. He can go around you, but you are big and spooky and you hit him really hard. And this witch lady is doing weird stuff, but it's not really bothering him. He got zapped once, but since then it hasn't really bothered him much. So he didn't even get zapped. The guy who got zapped literally just left because all of his senses got replaced
guy-
and
Yeah.
he decided to go home.
This guy got disintegrated.
no, the
No,
chasing
the
guy
one
got
chasing
who's
guy got
chasing Raz got disintegrated.
Oh.
So this
He
guy,
has
you
a
actually haven't
vendetta.
bothered him at all. He wants Marshall out of the picture. So he's going to take 1 hefty swing at Marshall for 45.
That crits.
How much health you got?
You want an actual number?
Just, yeah.
With the temp,
Does
84.
it save me? Oh, he might actually not one-shot you. Okay. I don't know if you were low enough it would save me the rolling in the math, but not quite.
I've been getting beat on pretty hard, dude.
That's how much
You
I
are
have,
a
like, privacy
tanky
tools
lad.
here.
How
I was gonna say I took 2.
True.
Dude, he got hit twice and he's unconscious. 3 was the knockout.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 would have been the knockout.
Marshall's taking like 9.
You've been rolling really low on his stuff, though. Like, you've taken...
Have I?
Yeah.
safe
No, actually, you have.
I've been rolling pretty bad today, so
Ooh, this is a pretty high one though.
I might be down.
You're fine.
This might take you.
You're fine.
I mean, I do have bludgeoning resistance, but that's only going to go so far.
78.
Hey, he's not
71 after your resistance.
It's not down.
All right,
Swing
so
is still
71.
not going to put Marshall down.
Honestly, that's the best situation for someone with a ton of health.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
take one last big hit that gets you low but doesn't finish you off.
Yeah, now he has to wildly overkill you. Because he's going to hit you for like 9, realistically. But he's going to swing again. So that one's a nat 20. So that one's definitely a second final blow there to follow that up. Marshall's going to stop moving.
And I'm down.
And this dude
Awesome.
is gonna... You're here, actually. He is gonna step out up to Resme. But he's not super focused on Resme. He steps, so he doesn't say anything. He looks at Marshall for a sec. Marshall finally stopped trying to get up. But he kind of looks up and down the road, like surveying, sees some people going to the Guild of Arms, and he's not really focused on you at all. He's distracted and concerned. Resme.
Is the guy who's really badly wounded the one in front of me?
They're all pretty moderately wounded, but the one who's very badly wounded is the one between Trishik and Roshin. He's the one who's on like death's door here.
Is he?
I just dealt 50.
He's gotten hit a lot.
Damage.
That guy is just taking like incidental hits from everybody for like the entire fight.
Huh.
He's at like
His health score did
25.
All right. We need one less of them to be there. I am going to mobility back to keep him from attack of opportunitying me.
Okay. Could also just. Oh, I guess it's more than a 5-foot step. That's fair. How far do you mobility?
20.
It's
get-
half your speed.
Okay, so you get 20 feet back away from the building. The map doesn't go that far, but we'll just say we know where you are. Just put her on the rim, yeah. We use the classic fix.
And she is going to take a very calculated risk and hope that Roshin can keep everybody up. And she is going to fire all of her missiles into the one guy who's left who looks really injured.
2-action magic missiles.
Yep. I need
3
two
per,
more.
right? So
Six.
One higher.
6 plus 6.
yeah.
I need that's 6.
D4s might be kind of hard to read on the dice camera, unfortunately.
4, 8,
But,
12,
bad.
13, 14, 15,
I mean, like on the camera,
17.
because they don't have like an up face. The camera's pointed at.
Yeah.
It's going to be 24 points of damage.
How much does he? Okay, I have to look. How much does he actually have? He has 21.
Oh.
Hey.
He will drop under this barrage of missiles. Well, Rasheen, conscious, wounded, but alive.
Conscious, wounded, but alive.
Marshall's down.
Raz is also down.
Raz is also down.
Well then, we can't have that, can we? 3-action, level 1 heal spell.
Aye, there's
nice.
the big brain. So, yeah, the guy who's impounding you for 5 rounds is not alive to AOO you.
3 health, 3 health.
Conscious? Conscious.
Alive.
They also get 3 health. Actually,
everybody gets 3 health. Everybody is within 30 feet of the Roshin. But as she incants, this prayer and this wave of energy comes out from her. It's going to be enough to pick the 2 of you up, which is not dying, which is the bar that we're looking for.
Good job.
Trishik.
Oh, I can't rage again either.
So I'm currently in concealment,
Yes, you're in the cloud right here.
which goes away at the end of my turn, but it lets me sneak.
Okay.
It does. You can sneak up this. For what purpose?
This man is outside and won't see me approaching him from behind.
You're not hidden. Do you have the feat that lets you hit someone at the end of a move? Because you're not in cover when
No,
you
I'm
leave the
going to
concealment.
sneak to get to the wall behind him,
I see what you mean.
and
Okay,
then
so
attack
you're gonna
him through the door.
1 action to sneak over and then surprise claw.
Yeah. So sneak assurance. I assume he doesn't have a DC 39 perception.
He does not have plus 29 perception, so you get a flat-footed slap at this guy, and he is pretty
There
hurt
you go.
too, actually. He's pretty hurt too.
So
Everyone is. Nobody is healthy at this point,
the Malachite
other than
Knight has
Resme,
not
who is
failed me
fine.
yet.
That's because you guys are doing an incredible job. I just want to say, all my peeps.
40.
You're welcome.
Versus flat-footed, that is a critical hit.
Oh,
The Malachite dice will carry us to victory.
the lizard is so sexy. Resme might have to
So-
change species.
11, 14,
Aw.
18, 19, 26 to 52.
2 points of damage on this guy.
But we're not done yet.
He's pretty hurt.
I can hit him again. It won't be.
Won't be
sneaky.
flat-footed, but you can hit him again. I don't think you can take him down with a non-sneak. He's not that hurt, but
Right in.
He's
yeah,
had
but
so
your
much
your
luck.
regular crits do less damage than your
2d6
like.
plus 7.
Yeah, but that's less than your non-crit sneaks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you might all
What
be
else am I gonna
sixes. You
do?
might just only roll sixes.
I
You
mean-
might roll a 20 and then like 5 sixes.
I mean, that's an
Oh,
18.
that's an 18.
There's no way that crits.
No, it's 36.
Sure, it hits though. Yeah,
hit
it
him.
definitely hits.
All that matters is that you hit him.
For a 4 and a 6. So 17.
All right, Raz, conscious. Still a guy behind you. Still probably mid-swing.
Don't
Play dead.
hate on the Malachite. It has rolled an average of like 16 for this
dead?
encounter.
I'm not moving.
Just gonna hold.
Hold.
Smart.
Raz is chilling. Marshall. Raz is playing dead rat. Opossums are like
Well-
a kind of rat.
If he hasn't noticed, since he hasn't really noticed that I'm alive again.
You trip. Low to the ground, idiot.
Yeah.
Oh,
ground.
baby.
That is. What is that? An 18? Yeah, that's an 18 on the die.
It takes D6 more bludgeoning damage.
Whap.
Money well spent.
Everybody falls down.
If the D6 killed him, it would be hilarious.
It's a 1, but
If the D6 was a 1 and killed him, it would be extra strength.
it would be
hilarious.
great. But it's
But
okay.
it will not, no. But he will fall down.
I'm gonna stand right back up.
You are a madman.
Really?
You gonna give him the
Oh, wait.
hello?
That's right. I forgot.
Oh, like you are a crazy person.
Oh my god.
Right now, you're neutral.
I mean-
-2
So I
to
tripped
attack,
him.
-2 to AC for both.
Yeah, he's flat-footed.
Seriously, -5 right now.
Yeah, you're still -5. Trips and attack. So you can swing
I'm
at
just gonna go
-5.
ahead and swing at him.
Yeah, just swing. I mean, you can roll 20s.
That was definitely not a 20.
Your dice are mad today.
I just but that's still like a 9.
That's not a metal
Yeah,
dice.
right. I'm sorry.
You just
So
write a strain on the table
-5.
so fast.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna hit him.
You can do the
you know what?
YOLO.
Huh?
You can give him the YOLO.
You know what? Give me the Malachite.
Oh no.
Malachite carries.
The Malachite comes out in times of
shakes.
great need.
In
1,
crimes of great
2,
need.
3.
15.
13.
13.
So that's
Can't read those
-10.
things.
That's still not gonna hit him.
It's not. But as you swing at him, he's on the ground here.
Much higher than a 6, though.
And as he falls and looks,
I'm just having a
and he
bad.
feels really like no relief for the 3 health that's been healed to him as a lizard is trying to turn his innards into outwards. He
Is enfeebled 1.
is going to stand up. Just going to provoke.
I'm gonna try.
Do it. Nice.
Hey, it's
That's
That's
good.
a
Only minus-
33. Or I'm sorry, 31.
Yeah, I mean, but he's prone when you...
yeah.
Do it. Take him down.
Give him the slap.
Good old slappy.
Not bad.
Hey.
That's 11, 17, so that's 28.
28 is not going to kill him. These lads are
Party.
strong. But close. As he kind of staggers up to his feet and takes this hit and looks back and sees Trishik. He doesn't even grab them. He leaves them all on the ground. He just kind of throws up an arm defensively and calls back into the prison. The guild's coming! The guild's coming! And he is going to attempt to also flee the field, as this is not going great for him, and he fancies his chances better running for his life. So he takes up north, left out the door, getting 40 feet away. He doesn't get a terrible distance because he's not fast, and he's kind of staggering. But he's doing his best. The last guy in here, looking up and hearing that. Oh, ain't gonna be nothing here for him to find then. I was gonna step forward to Roshin.
Come on then.
You're up,
I'm up.
and he's gonna step up, kind of shorten his hammer again. You're not. He's still swinging through the door frame. Bring it around and try and crash down towards your other shoulder. You get to have no armor. Concealment still upright.
Oh yeah.
Okay, 14 on
Yeah.
concealment.
Yep. Do I have cover from the door?
You do.
Okay.
Plus 1 AC. 32. No, 42. I missed a digit.
Those are
Sorry.
very different numbers.
I
missed
am massively
I missed the
confused.
tens.
So thankfully, the momentum of that hammer smashing through the grating of the doorway slows it just enough to keep it from criticaling me.
31 points of bludgeoning damage.
Crunches in.
And it's gonna crunch it back against the wall in this little like antechamber here behind the bars and knock you back down to the floor.
Oh, it's the prone hit. When
That was the prone hit. Big bonkus. This dude is leaving unless anyone's interested in more
I'm
fighting.
Definitely killing him.
All right, fair enough.
do.
Resume.
Resume, seeing that everything is still kind of that he retreated, is really only
And
interested in
Brad still
keeping.
looks dead. in the hallway.
Opens his eye.
Yes.
You're behind him now. You can do that.
You would know that a heal spell went over him. It
Uh,
hasn't moved.
she is far more concerned with the fact that Marshall is going to go back into that fight regardless of the fact that
You
he is
know
half
Marshall's
dead.
going back into
and so
that
she's
fight.
going to make sure he's slightly better off than he is right now. Vitum Done. And she's going to pump a lovely level 5 healing spell into him.
Okay. From the distance, from downtown. Bidum Donai!
Across the street.
As he's across, he's halfway back to town.
56 points of health back.
I'll take it.
Get a little help.
I will take it.
And then
And then she is going to get near Trishik because she has no idea what's coming.
because she comes back. All
Yeah,
right, so
and,
comes
and,
to the
and with
door.
her friendly lizard.
All right, Rasheen. You wounded one. It gets spooky if you go down to a crit
Does.
because you're dying 3.
I'm just gonna get back up next turn, but yeah. Then he hits me again, and then I die.
Please.
Well, if you're dying 3 and you fail, you get 1 chance, and if you fail, you're dead.
Fast healing.
All right, fast healing.
But he hits me next turn, and then I just die, and I.
Then you just go straight to dying 4. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 damage.
Yeah. Like 100 damage. Exactly right.
That was clever. I'll give you that one.
Good job, Self.
Pat. Well done.
You're smart.
So Roshin does not have much else to do at this point. She can't really risk the critical. She can't risk getting hit while she's on the ground right now. She can't risk getting standing up. Raz is
You could heal
safe
yourself.
where he is.
Just on the ground.
Yeah. Casting a spell is too dangerous.
Oh, that's right.
So she's just gonna flail at those ankles. She's gonna try to jab that sword.
So
Try
we
for
are the
kneecaps,
ankle bandits
thrown.
today.
Yeah, whatever she
We're
can
gonna
get.
steal their feet. They can't fight us if they ain't got feet.
So the next
purple
time
worm
we're about
taught
to
me
get into a
that.
fight and I forget to cast heroism, I usually like throw something at me because dang, the stupid fight
You
would
know
have
what
been
I
so
had?
much easier.
It would have been easier if I remembered my consumable item that I totally forgot was in my bag.
32
32 will hit.
D8. Where all the D8s go? Oh, healed.
I healed with
have
They're
them.
all in the healing
Yeah, sure.
pocket.
With my arms that can totally reach that far.
It's a general
what the
question
wizard's
to the table.
Why are you making fun of short arm people?
Why are you?
It's easy. What are you gonna
With
do?
your
Mac
noodle
us? You
arms,
can't
could
reach.
You go retrieve my dice, please.
Yeah.
Let's see. So 17. I'm in moderate curse. 22 points of piercing and fire damage.
Okay. Now this guy, well, he's hurt. He's not nearly as badly injured as the rest. But damage is damage.
Damage, and I have 2 more attacks to make. So,
Swing, bada.
wing bada. It's actually a little bit better. I think that's a 30. It's better.
Better.
It's a 33.
Hits. Rasheen's getting in here with the numbers.
Do them up. Let's see. That's a 13 plus 6 is 19.
19, okay.
Those are also numbers that exist.
Taking damage.
If I hit with 3 attacks, it equals 1 hit from Marshall or Trushi.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't talk crap about them anymore.
I can never say it again. So that's a 15. Even that's not gonna work. All right, that's like a 27.
I still have yet to step in here.
You have not. You can go whenever.
Yeah.
You're in playing Deadistan.
So before I come back to the can I crawl sneak away? He's not. He hasn't-
You're next to him.
But he's focused on Roshin.
You can try to make me a check versus his perception DC. If you succeed, you crawl away. If you fail, he's gonna bonk you.
Would this be deception?
It's less deception and more getting seen. Like, the concealment is he's distracted with
I
Rasheen.
think you can just straight up make a deception
Got
check.
a pilot
to
hero
play
point.
dead.
Oh
19
well, you know
on the
what?
die, so a total of a 36 or 35.
35 will do it.
I'm just gonna crawl,
Sneaky beaky.
So it'll take you 2 actions to get out of his melee range.
crawl.
Because we only crawl 5 feet per action.
Yep. Crawl back.
Crawl back.
And
Crawl.
play dead.
Play that over here. All right, Trishik. He's gonna be dead a little further away.
Well, no survivors. Gonna pull out my bow, peek around the corner, and shoot him in the back.
Screw that guy.
Malachite, guide me. So, that's 14 on the die. 4,
No, it's a 14.
Forehead.
14, 20, 37.
That hits him. Pew! Let's just do D8.
Now 2d6 plus 2 plus wounding.
You have +2 from.
Weapon specialization.
Weapon stack.
You got flat on the bow.
4, 5, 7 d6 bleed.
You drop an arrow, and that guy's back because he's trying to get away.
That's all that matters.
And he falls
Like,
in the road, 40 feet out in clear view of everybody. Just falls.
I'm then going to run and get behind the remaining guy with my full movement and an acrobatics check to avoid the AOL.
Bold.
All right, Speedus.
Because I have fleet, I have just enough movement to get behind him.
Let's see that acrobatics check. You're gonna get checked very aggressively.
Well,
that is a
that's
10.
a 10, so that gives me a 33.
Yeah, I'll succeed. The reflex DC is bad. Surprisingly, their reflex is not good. Marshall.
so dropping my weapon would be considered a free action.
Yeah, you just
right?
do that.
All right, so I'm like, you know what? Drashik, you gave me a fun idea. I haven't tested out my new toy yet. So I get up as my first action, drop my halberd, pull out Boomy for my second action.
Yeet.
Boomy.
So, all right. So the attack roll you're gonna have.
It's gonna be -2 because it's using my dex instead of my strength.
Yep. So without the raging, because you're not raging, and
I'm
then
not
it's gonna be
raging,
2
so it's
lower.
only
Yeah.
going to be a 21.
Okay, fair enough.
But
Yeet bonkus at him.
Nice.
16 on the
16
dice.
plus 21.
37. 37 hits him, even with the cover. He's got you throw it through a bunch of doorways.
Bonkus
I have
chonkus.
Frickin'
plenty
Thor.
of those. Here's a purple one.
So he just kind of stands up, pulls out his hammer, and he's like, throws it a little bit, grabs it by the leather cuffs, starts winding up, and goes yeet.
And you throw it, and it slams in. This guy bonks and kind of bounces and spins off, and then flies right back to you hand first.
That is a 14, and when I throw it, I don't apply my strength.
You
right?
do apply your strength.
Yeah,
Throwing
that's-
weapons, your whole strength.
So my strength is a +5,
So 19?
19.
so 19.
Bonk.
You have.
I'm not
You
ready.
don't have. You don't have weapon spec.
I do have weapon spec.
I had 2 more.
Oh, so 21.
Okie dokie.
My bad. 21.
This guy's getting bullied now.
So he is now surrounded by a lot of people. Rasheen, who just refuses to be dead. And then Trishik runs past him and he turns and looks around and then sees Rez. 15
away.
15 feet away.
Farther away.
Dumb witch magic. And he's gonna bap Trishik.
Nimble dodge. Don't crit me.
35.
Not a crit.
Trishik gets to kiss the floor for 29 points of bludgeoning damage as he bowls you over. And he even like strides as he's doing it. As he knocks you down, he's already walking. Get back here, you witch rat! And walking back after Raz. Which is his full movement speed.
Can I AO with the hammer?
No.
Oh,
It'd be ridiculous if you had ranged AOs.
Can you imagine?
Up one from there.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Resume.
She sees him head down the hallway, and she's going to fling a metal ball at him at the speed of magic using True Strike. So she's going to telekinetic projectile, but roll twice and pick the highest.
Okie dokie. So just put 2 d20s in there and then just tell whichever one's higher. You can roll them at the same time.
Modus Ostium!
Because you're always going to reroll, even if it's a 20. You're going to reroll anyway, because if it's 220, that's cool. So you're always going to reroll. So
That's true.
So just roll them both.
True. Totally true.
That's a 19 in there, so that makes me happy. That's a 40.
40 will hit him.
Thank you, my bun.
It's a lot of dice.
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. Plus 5 is going to be 22.
All right. 22 points of damage. And as that hits him, he is looking pretty battered. It's hit him in the back. We've already disintegrated a nice hole you can just throw bits of metal into.
That was my plan.
He's going to stumble a bit, keeping his feet, but only just. Rasheen.
Sheen is gonna get back up. Her wounds continuing to slowly close.
He wants that rat booty.
He is obsessed with rats.
He is really obsessed
He
with
does
this.
not like the witch rat.
He would
That
really.
guy's like 2 spells.
Does not. He thinks you cast more than that because he doesn't understand what's happening.
I'm dead.
Oh wait, I'm dead.
And once again, she's gonna look and see Raz about to get pancaked. But this time, there is no one to AOO me.
You get to stand up. Or cast a spell.
And both, actually. Do both.
That's fair. You can do both.
And I have a focus point left.
Are the words you're gonna say dive Lenoir?
That is, in fact, exactly what I'm going to say.
You just want to die. Lemoir.
Die Lenoir.
Die Lenoir.
One day you will pass.
29.
29
Will
is a
save.
fail, so he'll take full damage. I'm gonna get 2. So I'm gonna fail my own.
Can I please just give him this
No.
hero point?
Nope, you can't.
Wait, so you succeed though, right?
I succeed, yes. I'll take half and he's...
He's taking full. Oh, this man is dead. How many d6 is this?
18.
Yeah, he's just.
What happens?
He could
This
survive.
guy has 20 HP.
He
He has 20 health.
There's a world where this.
You have to roll
There's a
19 ones and a 2, or 17 ones and a 2. Is the best possible roll you can get.
So this actually matters, so I'm rolling damage on myself.
Oh, that's actually true. It does matter because you hurt yourself.
Let's see here. So it's 7, 10, 20, 27, 28. I have 23 health. Okay, so here's what happens.
Fair.
Roshin's gonna eye him, scream her spell out, and blood is just gonna run out of her ears and nose. And the same thing is going to kind of mimic the dwarven guard as he kind of jerks, almost as if he's getting pulled in 2 directions, before blood is gonna run from his own face. And then they're both going to keel over to the side and just collapse.
A dwarf collapses, the head of this mole slamming in a stone right next to Raz as he's still playing dead.
Sheeny!
I rush over.
Roshin also very much dying, but the fight for now seeming to be won. As the last of these guards falls to the ground, same for the one who just left. When Raz cast Have a Bad Day on him, he just decided he
Bad
was
trip.
done there and went home.
I didn't realize that actually had them backlash. You just draw aggro from one dude. One day,
That guy
persistent dude.
hates you forever.
Mortal enemy rat.
Not forever, just the rest of his life.
But as the silence
Smartest dwarf ever.
falls here, he goes back to prison. You know, this has clearly been noticed. There are people that are going to be coming. But you have not only saved yourselves, you have saved Miss Jennifer Hemlock.
The totally real
Carpenter's
carpenter.
Guild / Guild of Arms, because the Carpenter's Guild just cannot catch a break on things happening to it. She has to keep a good eye on the other 2 people that are there.
Yep.
A truly grueling battle against the Guild of Arms soldiers, who are stout and well trained and near your equal in combat.
If they were our equals, I don't think we won. I
Those are-
don't think we would have won. Obviously, they were inferior.
Well, one of them left.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just not. It's his day off. He was here as a favor for someone else. You cast a spell on him. He's like, nope, sorry, nope.
Notably,
I signed up
Sergeant
for this."
Stonehill is not here. He had left, but you know that this corruption within the Guild of Arms may not go to the very top, but it goes at least as far as their sergeant at arms. You can switch to the dungeon post.
Well,
And based on what the sergeant told you, it's possible that Bronzebeard is not a part of this. He doesn't seem to be aware because the sergeant seemed to think that Bronzebeard was the one that's corrupted. Regardless, when we come back next week, well, some stuff is gonna happen. Like,
I'm gonna wake up Roshin.
yeah, I assume.
keep me from dying,
I
that'd be
assume
great.
one of you
I was
will.
going to potato him.
Well, one or several of you will be able to save Rasheen here. But with this victory here, not only are you not dead in what was a kind of a sketchy battle for a bit there,
Spooky.
an era has ended, my friends. The saga of level 12
About time.
has finally
Are you kidding me?
come to a close.
We're level 13?
I don't believe it.
No, that's not possible. There is no other levels.
Level 13.
Woo! Oh, thank God.
13.
Raz lived to see 13. You did good. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for hanging around. We went a little longer than usual because we had a glorious battle, a pitched battle there that needed to be ended. But
Because we had a carpenter to rescue.
Obviously.
Yeah.
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 I mean,
Yeah.
that's why she was a
Prison's made out of
carpenter,
stone,
because
she's useless.
she thought that those doors were impossible to break out of.
I mean, you put her in a rock thing with a bunch of iron things, and
Yeah.
she's like, none of this stuff
Out of
is
her
stuff I work with. Why
this
it's not
isn't
there?
wood.
If it was wood, she would have chewed her way out in a minute.
Friggin' dwarven beavers.
I have no comments.
Stone in a cavern.
So, next week when we return, level 13. We have a moment now to look through and see if there's anything to be learned from this secret prison. We don't have a lot of time before more guards descend upon us. Because again, regardless of the situation, it kind of looks to an outside onlooker like you just killed a bunch of guards.
It's not going to look that way for long.
They just look like Guild of Arms. They are just Guild of Arms soldiers. They are Kovlar town guards.
Yeah, Chushik shot one in the back. In the middle
She
of the
definitely
street.
shot a fleeing one in the middle of the back in clear view of anyone who was now looking this direction. So, well,
Problem solved.
Time for me to make him look like a human.
thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hope you're enjoying the 2 perception show. I know we have a little bit of a strange issue with a bit of audio cutting on the clipping. I'm not sure what's causing that. It shouldn't be clipping at all. We have a compressor. But I'll try and figure it out before next week when we return to the 2 perception show. Thank you, Paizo, for sponsoring our adventures. Our partners at Sirenscape for all the sounds. I think they really shine through on these combats where you actually get to hear the sounds of battle constantly. And thank you, obviously, for being here.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.